Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican, Marine Service Latino. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Now when we're not stolen.
I'm not a camel.
I don't know where my water is this morning. Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Good to have you here this Friday morning. Happy Friday to all. Happy Friday. It is going to be a fantastic day. It's going to be absolutely wonderful. I can tell already. I'm big today. Woo! I'm big. All right. That's good. I thought long and hard about my health and about how I should be taking better care of it. So I decided to participate in the weight loss program starting this morning. Took some drastic steps to improve my own health and started with weight loss. So I got my hair cut, and Mrs. R.A. did that this morning about 10 minutes ago. So I'm fresh out of the shower, having not combed my hair at all. But this is my weight loss program right here. I just did. How did my treasure hunt go? Oh, for those that noticed, I did post something. Wait. First things first, right? We have to take care of business before pleasure. Congratulations to Danny Austin, first in chat and second in chat, I might add. Danny, first in chat. Danny, the way to take care of the internet, well, I could teach you, but we have a CEO that could just give you the standard operating procedures, the SOP book. Just go ahead and talk to Sharon. Sharon is our honorary CEO of the internet, and she'll make sure you're taken care of. I think you have won in the past, though, Danny. Vaguely, my mind thinking way back, I think you may have won previously. So either way, congratulations, Danny. Thank you so much. Being first and second, that you are your own backup. So don't let the ball drop. It's an important day. May have a Vallo verdict today, the Lori Vallo verdict, which we will interrupt for and then jump over to Brandy's stream if that's what's going to happen. Then we'll catch up with our own case as we need to. Okay, lots of things this morning. All the things. Okay, somebody was asking about my treasure hunt. Yesterday, actually, my son was helping a friend of ours who had a bit of a surprise plumbing issue in their house, or that was leaking out of their house, which is an awful situation. But it required a bit of tear out and some rebuild, and so he was over there helping. Because four hands are better than two when you have to build walls and tear down things and stuff like that, tear out floors. So he was over there helping, and after he was done helping, we went to go pick him up. And this friend lives right next to just a gorgeous old church in little rural North Carolina. And I was talking to him and saying, I'd really like to detect that church. And we were talking about a huge tree, like a massive oak tree. And I took pictures. I'll have to share it. But I think it's an oak tree. It has like acorns on it, right? So oaks, acorns. This massive tree fell. The tree, maybe 3 of me could fit my arms around the trunk, but 2 of me could not. Okay, and that trunk is straight and huge and no problems, no branches for it's like 30, 40 feet long, and it just tipped over, roots up out of the ground, and so I want to detect around where the roots are. There's probably a ton of very valuable wood sitting in that tree, but the guy right now is just blocking the guy's driveway and has been for about 2 weeks. Anyway, so I was talking to him saying I'd love to detect over there, and he says, well, guess what? The mayor lives right across the street here, so let's go talk to the mayor. She knows who owns the property, and went over, talked to the mayor. The mayor's like, let me make some calls. And sure enough, I found out who the I forget what they call it. There's the name for the guy who's in charge of the church, the trustee or whatever. And he gave me the go-ahead. And so I did not have my metal detector with me at the time. So I have to go back maybe tonight if we have time. Depends what happens with Lori Vallow. Maybe on Saturday, but I want to go back. And he said, not just around the tree, detect the whole property. We own the lot and back too, the whole garden area, everything. So that's going to be fun. We might have some surprise finds there. Anytime you've got a church that's more than 100 years old, you have a good chance of finding silver, actually, some great silver and some jewelry. So from great oaks, little acorns grow. Yes, I think that's the phrase. From little acorns, great oaks grow as well. But that was cool. Big tree about to mess up your day. That was a huge tree. The guy had to reroute his driveway across his front yard and cut down a few branches, took down the power lines, crushed a light pole. This tree was massive. Let me see if I can pull up a picture. Okay, I did take some pictures. Also pictures of cinnamon rolls. That was good as well. Okay, I'm going to forward this to my computer. I'll share this. We've got just a moment before court begins, so we're doing fine. We're doing fine, I think. Let's see. Two here. Yeah, we've got just a minute. We've got audio turned on, so in case something happens, we'll hear it. No sweat. Let's see. We just had somebody just. GSD Mom, welcome to the jury. A padded seat, no solid bench for you. So good to have you here as a new member. Thank you, GSD Mom. Welcome. I love the picture of the pooch. Is that a Belgian or is that a German Shepherd? I have trouble to determine the difference between the two. But beautiful, beautiful dog there. Let's see. Where was I? Oh, I'm not looking at that. I'm looking for this. I was going to show you a picture of a big tree is what I was going to do before we get started. Happy Friday, everyone. Happy Friday. It's going to be a great day for everyone but Lori Vallow, I think. Wait for it. Where did I put that? Let's see. About down here. There we go. It's taking forever. Why is it not working? Try it again. Okay. I need some water. Okay, we'll see. Okay, it didn't load, but I'll load it again. There we go. Downloads. My tree picture. Put that one right there. Now it loaded. Bring the jury. Okay, so here's the tree picture right here. I'm not sure if you can tell size on this picture very well. Let me turn this off first. You can see that the two tire marks on that driveway, that is the driveway. It's a rural area, and so it does have weeds. It's like a gravel drive. That little pole on the right-hand side of the page, that is like a 6 or 7 foot tall light post that just got smashed. There was also a bench that got crushed in there as well. But this, and that's a house back there in the background. So that is right next to the church that I will be detecting at. Anyway, super excited about that. Absolutely excited. I did start this channel as a metal detecting channel long time ago, before I discovered my true love for true crime. Let's see, had a great time with Brandy and JT last night. That is awesome. They went over. I have hair in my mouth from getting my hair cut. That's going to bug me. I went over the. They went over the closing statements, which is exciting. Yeah, it's a bummer. Debbie Wilson, the bummer part is here in North Carolina, trees are everywhere. Big trees are everywhere. Oh, thank you. I have water. Big trees are everywhere, and they cost a fortune to get removed. So if they're upright, it can cost you $2,500 to $3,000 to have a large tree removed. If they're down on the ground, it costs the same amount for some reason, and I don't know why. But I think there's a business opportunity for somebody who could partner with a lumber mill, because the lumber, just in that trunk alone, that massive oak trunk, that lumber is worth a fortune. And so if you could, have the right equipment, the trucks to cut that into one solid piece and take it to a lumber mill and mill that down, you could more than pay for the cost of removing the tree from that. Anyway, Those are my thoughts. There's a business opportunity there if you guys want to take it. Debbie Wilson says, yikes, that's such a bummer. Mayla's mom, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here as a member. Please take your seat. Someone call Lawn Lumber. Maybe I should get a hold of him and say, hey, do you have a truck that can carry about 20 tons of wood in one piece? I don't know how much it weighs. It was a ton. The branches that just plowed down through like rock hard concrete, packed gravel, cement driveway. It was impressive. Okay. Anyway, so we'll have some pictures from metal detecting there here probably over the weekend, and maybe some videos if we find something really good. Okay, Tammy's going to catch up on yesterday. That's all right. We're all going to catch up a little bit. I talked with Nicole, and she might have some openings today. Nicole Mosley. I butchered her last name twice, and I was going to say it right. Nicole, who is the Facebook friend of Letitia Stout. She might have some availability today, so I'm going to have Zoom open for her in case she's able to join us. And if she is, we can pretty much stop wherever we are and pick her up. I'd love to talk with her about her experience in the trial. I've asked her a question or two about things that we're interested in and her perspective on, and that will be awesome. Let's see. So we'll have that open. We'll handle that as it comes available. Okay, and with that said, we've got about 2 minutes to spare. So plenty of time before court is actually in session this morning. So let me look for questions, see if anybody has any here. Let's see. If we have a valid verdict, daybell verdict today, are you still going to scoop us all and take us to Brandy? I will pick you up and dump you unceremoniously on her lap, and we will watch from the comfort of Brandy's vantage point. That is what we plan to do. And then we'll come back here. But I need some water.
I'm not a camel.
I'm not a camel. Thank you for the reminder. 1 second.
I'm not a cat. Kissing today, Nate.
That is so much better. Ooh, nothing like a good glass of water to wash the hair down. It was a little tiny piece of hair from my head that we'll probably also get our hair combed on lunch so it doesn't just look like this. But let's see. A great show last night. JT, are you in the house? Awesome, JT. Let me know when the placeholder is up for your show for the verdict. JT taking, I believe, taking some well-deserved rest downtime from his job. Need to get my burner phone plugged in because that's going to be important today as well. Okay. I think it's even charging. Wonderful. Okay. All right, where are we at? Still no audio, no video from the courtroom. That's okay. They normally wait till the last minute to give us that anyway. Thank you, Evangeline Light. They're good friends. They're wonderful. We share a lot of the same viewers, and they're just fun people. Are there chairs behind the defense? There are. Brittany, actually, our source, Pants, yesterday, who's a male, by the way, was sitting behind the defense in trial yesterday, giving us some input about the jury and what he was observing. Looks like we might be getting a feed here in just a minute, so we'll hold tight on that. That's going to be coming in over here. Okay. I wonder if the judge will just pop in. Who said that? I wonder if the judge... Missed it. I was reading and then I scrolled. I have this bad habit of halfway through a sentence I start reading. We'll put pillows on the ground so you don't hurt yourself after the drop. Oh, it's going to be a soft reception. That is great. That is wonderful. The judge is probably going to be late. I think this judge is going to be late pretty much every day. New Hampshire time is like, yeah, it's close. I think we're having a verdict for the BS trial by next week. Just a little snack trial until we get the next multi-week, thankfully. Why Why can I not think who the BS trial is, Mr. Upper Torso? The BC trial? This one? I think he's a BC. Brendan Castiglione. Castiglione. The dad pronounces with the E, so I'm going to try to remember that. Oh, yeah. In Thal's voice, says Red Pen. As only Thal can say. Let's see. 32nd wedding anniversary coming up. Arkansas Magna Fisher. Mrs. R.A. and I celebrate our wedding anniversary tomorrow. Is that exciting? I'm excited. Tomorrow is our wedding anniversary. We are super excited as well. Have came up on any jury interviews with the LS trial yet? I have not seen any, but I also have not been looking, Sherry. I haven't seen anybody send them to me. Happy early Mother's Day to Mrs. R.A. for sure. Her gift will arrive on time. It should be here today, which is important. Let's see. Good afternoon. Sitting in Athens Airport, waiting for the flight back to Crete till next Wednesday. Still watching, says Kay. Hope you have a great time in Crete. I assume that's a trip for pleasure. It sounds like a place you would go to on vacation to have a good time. All right. Oh, Cindy's crazy. That sounds awful. Hope your dad is doing better. Hydration is super important. Let's see. My RA family have a fantastic day heading to work. Love you all. Zens, good to have you here. Anyone here from New Hampshire? We have a couple people in the house from New Hampshire. Pants is obviously from New Hampshire. Heard about this case from us. Didn't know what was going on in his neighborhood and said, hey, that's right down the road for me. You want me to drop into court? And I said, do I? Do I? Of course, that would be great. And he was able to give us some great input from court yesterday. More craziness in this court as we're waiting for the opening to begin. Let me just tell you, as you dig deeper into the backstory, all the events before and after this, I was looking into the drug charges against Brandon and his dad. His dad is sort of like the charges against his dad were lesser. They were not the drug charges directly. They were more charges with failing to maintain a home free of drug paraphernalia. Yeah, that's not the exact words, obviously, but he basically has responsibilities as owner of the home and the person living in the home to sort of know that there's not illegal activity going on in the home. So his charges were related to that. But we know that he has a prior felony. The dad was not allowed to own a firearm. There were a lot of firearms found in the house when the police served a warrant looking for stolen smoking pipes.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Like what is it called when where you go and buy stuff from little booths all over the place? What are those things? I was thinking fair for some reason, but it's like a flea market. I think there was a flea market that several $1,000s worth of legal smoking devices were stolen from. And they thought for some reason Brandon may have been involved in that. I don't know how that case ended up. They served a warrant looking for those. Instead, they found a whole bunch of
no dead horse go unbeaten.
Like an operation for like butane honey, THC butane honey. I didn't even know this thing existed. But apparently you can use butane and the oils from cannabis to make some honey type residue that has a very high THC content, which is the active ingredient for the high part of using any sort of cannabis related product. And so they found a ton of that, as well as a ton of firearms and things in the house. And so there are charges there on that. That was prior. That's back in 2013 or so. Just a lot of history. But apparently all the, somebody's calling on the burner phone. Let's see who it is.
Call from Beanie Banana.
Okay, hold on.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
I'm trying to accept. Hold on. Hey, Meanie Banana. Good morning.
Good morning. Happy anniversary to you and Mrs. R.A. tomorrow.
Hey, we're so excited. I'm doing the math, and it looks like it would be, let's see, what year is it? 2023? That's 23 years. So.
Oh, me and my hubby got like 35.
Awesome. That is great. That is really cool.
Yeah. So this is a little off topic, but I wanted to stress to you the importance of maybe consider wearing compression socks when you're sitting all day.
I might think about that.
Because
but I like to play with the wires with my toes, though. Is that?
Yeah, but see what happened with my brother. In all seriousness, he was fat so much that he developed clots and they broke free. and that's what ultimately killed him. Talk to your doctor. Yeah, seriously, talk to your doctor about it. And if anybody else out there is sitting prolonged periods of time, they may want to consider it, but discuss it with your doctor, because I worry about you, because that's
good news, but not the best of news. Yeah, I'm glad I have a good chair that has great circulation, that allows it the way the chair is designed. It really helps a ton. So thank you for that. I'll think about that. I'll think about compression socks. We might need branded compression socks for sale for all of us who sit here all day and watch court.
No, I'm
new
serious.
merch idea.
I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding.
I know you're serious, and I appreciate that. I was just trying to make a little light of a serious situation, but I appreciate the heads up.
Yeah, sure.
All right, and thanks for the well wishes on the anniversary.
Yeah, we're all looking out for you.
I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thanks, Meaty Banana.
Okay.
We'll see you.
Sure.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks for looking after me. You guys are awesome. Compression socks are helpful indeed. Thank you. Let's see. My parents made it to 56 years, which is almost unheard of with divorce rates. Seriously, it's not the norm anymore. It used to be, but we're switching to somebody's computer instead. Hold on one second. Janique gifted a membership this morning. Thank you so much. This is many days in a row now. Gabriella, congratulations on winning that free membership. Thank you, Janique. Appreciate your generosity. You're just awesome. Amazing. Okay, still nothing from court. No sound yet, but we have sound turned on. Let me do a couple quick checks. We're all good. We're all current. Is there a love triangle up in here? Kiefer, we have not heard any evidence of any romantic interest at all in this case. I don't even know what the situation was with the defendant's mom. I don't know if she passed away. I don't know if there was a divorce. We do know that the defendant's mom, or the defendant's father, had a fiance that he got married to 12 days later, or at least was supposed to get married to 12 days later. I'm not sure if the wedding went through after the shooting, because she was in the hospital, probably recovering. But yeah, so we don't know anything about relationships. We know very, very little, and the more we hear about this case, the more we realize there's something we do not know. And so I'm waiting for that door to be opened, but it seems like both sides, both the prosecution and defense, don't want to go there, which I've never seen before. Usually the side that benefits from the information coming out will push as close to the line as they can, hoping that the other side may open the door or something like that. But there's nothing. 64 years this year. That is awesome. That is awesome. Congratulations to them and you. Can the jurors take notes? This is something I have not heard in New Hampshire. If we have anybody, maybe I should ask. There's the judge. Good morning. Glad you can make it here, Your Honor. 10 minutes late. Maybe we'll ask Pants. I know Pants is back at work today. He's not able to be here today, but he may be able to tell us about the jurors if they are taking notes. So if he can get in touch with us that way, that would be great.
Bring the jury.
All right. Why don't we get to see inside this family drama? East Coast should. Yeah. The curtains are pulled tight. We have not got a glimpse inside this at all. And they've circled the wagons. Okay, bring us audio, and please make it good. Please, please, please. Just for today. It's Friday after all. Judge thought something was funny.
All rise.
All rise.
Now in session.
Thank you. I'm not sure who got the contract for these mini cups for the courtroom, but that is all they drink from. It's like plastic shot glasses. Nope, never mind. The judge has a big cup. No. There's still no audio. We have a new witness on the stand, I believe. Here we go. It's super quiet.
I was the officer in charge of the crime scene. involve photographing and processing evidence. Is that right?
So we use a team model. We all have different tasks. As I explained yesterday, I had a team of Jay O'Leary, Catherine Shackford, Matthew Anderson, and Christopher Martineau. So all of us have tasks that we are responsible for. I oversee that, and I communicate with the lead, the investigator on the that's doing the interviews, and that's at the PD. So I coordinate. That's the officer in charge of the scene, just making sure all those tasks occur and happen.
I think this is Tara Elsa Miller.
Sergeant Sloper. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so Sergeant Sloper was directing all the different sections of the investigation, including the crime scene investigation.
So it's very difficult to do that. I would say no. He's in charge of it. All filters to him, right? So everything that's happening, he's overseeing it all, but he's not directing what's happening at the crime scene. That's why you have an officer in charge of the crime scene. I'm there to follow the search warrant, to make sure that everyone's doing their tasks and make sure that we're communicating as a team with their Attorney General's office, as well as the lead investigator and the crime scene people doing their job.
What time did you get to 15 Ridgemont Drive on October 1st?
Approximately 7:20.
Okay. So several hours had passed since the New Hampshire State Police were initially informed of the death investigation.
I don't recall. I know that we're usually one of the last people to arrive on scene. There's local police and other people involved before we get there as crime scene team.
And so when the actual police got involved was about 2:38 in the afternoon. Does that sound right to you?
I don't recall.
So during the time from when the police were in the residence and when your team came into the residence, you don't know what happened, how many police were in there, what they were doing?
That is correct.
And you don't know whether evidence was manipulated while they were in there, right?
I don't know what happened before.
So you wouldn't know if evidence had been altered before you got there?
Unless they tell me so, if the body was moved or if evidence was moved. They usually communicate that to you. I didn't get any of that.
Okay. In fact, what you were told was that the Londonderry police officers didn't move anything.
Yes.
That's what you were told?
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to talk to you about the porch for a few minutes. You testified yesterday that you did not see any issues or rips in the porch screen. Is that right?
Based on that picture, no.
Okay. I'd like to show you a few pictures. That are marked I for ID. It's a series of pictures.
Yeah.
Do you recognize that picture?
Yep, this is a different part. It's not the door.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you recognize
Yep.
what that is? What is that?
That's the porch.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate? So it's actually not evidence here.
Oh, it's not? I'm sorry. My bad.
So that's okay. So if that would be a fair and accurate picture, and at the time that you took that photograph, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What's the next picture?
That is the door.
Okay. And is there an issue with the screen right here?
Yes. That's not the door, but yes, the panel next to it.
Okay.
I don't know what it is, but it looks like it's been patched, maybe?
But you can't tell if it's patched or open?
Nope.
Okay. Can you look at the next picture, please? And what is that a picture of?
That's the porch.
Okay. And is that... Can we agree that it's a rectangle next to the door?
I can't tell. It's the same, but it has you can see the background right there. Maybe, yeah. Okay. Yep, same spot.
And where that is lines right up with the lock. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And how about the next picture? Do you recognize that as being the porch and the picture you took?
Yep.
And is that just a different picture of the same area I'm asking you to look at?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that this be entered as a full exhibit.
Can I just take a look at this first, please?
Thank you, Allison. Thank you. That is amazing. This judge really likes the picture. Sounds like the defense is trying to reinforce the idea that other people could have come into the house.
Stricken from those exhibits. They can be marked as full exhibits. You can show them to the jury.
Tell me if I'm going too fast, okay? Can everyone see that? This is picture number 2. Can you see our picture? Picture number 3. Picture number 4.
It sounded like it was just a little before noon, like 11 o'clock or so, roughly. We haven't got an exact time frame yet, and the medical examiner hasn't testified about that. We'll see if they did like the armpit, hand in the armpit test or thermometer. We'll see what they did.
And that was what the door looked like when you took the pictures, right?
I don't know what series. I took over 1,500 photos, so we take a series of when we get there. I'm not sure if those were the original photos or if they were throughout the process after. It looks like things had been moved, so it wasn't my original photo of that.
Okay. But before you got there, you don't know what the state of that door was, right? Whether it was locked or unlocked?
No.
Or whether you testified yesterday that the doors leading out to the porch were locked when you saw it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you don't know if it was locked or unlocked before you got there?
That is correct.
This defense cross-examining the witness. She testified yesterday afternoon. Thanks, Rudy.
I want to show you a different set of pictures. Which would be Defense Exhibit JJ for ID. Your Honor, the state is indicating that they do not object to entering Exhibit JJ as a full exhibit.
Okay. It'll be admitted.
Thank you. Can you describe what is in that picture?
A trash can.
Okay, and is that a picture that you took?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember where that trash can was? What room it was in?
No, but no.
Okay. Does the chair in the picture help you?
It appears to be in the. I'm going to the dining room.
Okay. I'm going to have you go to the second picture, please. Does that help you a little bit more?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the kitchen.
Okay. So we're in the kitchen?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's another view of that trash can, and you took a picture of that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Next picture, please. A third picture of the trash can, different angle, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And still appears to be in the kitchen based on the flooring here?
Yes.
Okay. Can you switch it to the next one, please? And those were, that was some of the items of trash in that trash can, is that right?
Yes, we took the lid off.
Okay. Next picture, please. And those were some tissues that you took out of the trash when you took the lid off and started emptying the trash out, is that right?
I didn't physically do that.
Okay.
I took a photo of it.
So you were watching as it happened and you were photographing it?
I may or may not have been there when it happened.
Okay. But you took that picture, is that
yes.
right? Okay, thank you. And it's actually been given an identification number as JGO16, is that right?
Yes.
So my understanding is that that would mean that Trooper O'Leary would have put this card down because those are his unique initials. Am I understanding that right?
So we use a team model, so if it was not him specifically, his handwriting, I don't remember his handwriting per se, but someone could have wrote this.
Okay.
But yes, he's there taking his notes, picking the evidence.
He's the one who's actually packaging up the evidence, is my understanding. Is that right?
He's the one, yep.
Okay. Can you flip to the next picture, please? Is that a closer up picture of JGO16?
Yes.
Okay. And what we'll see in these pictures is there's, I think what you all call RBS, is that right?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a reddish brown stain,
Okay.
consistent with blood.
Okay, thank you. Could you go to the next picture, please? Seems like an even closer up picture, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'd like to show these to the jury, Your Honor.
Me?
These are a little bigger, so hopefully easier to see.
I don't know why they're not using the big screen monitor. It's possible there are some pictures of small details that would be hard to see on the monitor. She took 1,500 pictures, and we're about to show them all to the jury one at a time, with this defense attorney walking back and forth. She's going to get her steps in today. Mary, we did hear they did a test for GSR, but they might not have tested the test, so they might not have got the results back on it. This is our first New Hampshire court, and there's some things that are a little bit different in here. Obviously, the way they admit evidence, they move to strike the existing number reference on it and then admit the item to evidence instead. That's a little different. I haven't heard it that way. And they have a lot of printed out pictures. I don't think they have an Elmo. They do have the ability to digitally project something from one of their laptops, but it has not been used consistently. And I think we have a direct feed from that digital projector, which would give us the best image possible. When they say move, they move to strike the ID. It's basically the same as what we hear in other courts. So they say, "Officer," or "Your Honor, I'd move to admit this item of evidence." That's the process they use to admit the item of evidence after it's been authenticated through a witness. Yes, she's now holding the round 3 picture. The witness. court reporter is right in front of the witness. And the court reporter is, I think, keeping notes as well as tracking all the evidence. It's like she's a stenographer and
I just want to ask one more question about that exhibit.
Well,
so
there's
that
no
would
court
have
reporter.
been taken to the JG-16 would have been packaged up and taken to the state lab along with the other evidence that you and your team retrieved on October 1st, 2019.
Yes.
I'm hearing typing, so I think that lady, the clerk, is also the reporter.
I'd like to show you another set of pictures. Which is Defendant's Exhibit HH, marked for ID. The owner of the state would not object to this being entered as a full exhibit. Again, it's HH, Defendant's Exhibit.
Okay, it's admitted.
I hand you a packet. And is that a picture that you took as part of your photographing of the scene?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember where this is in the home? What area?
I believe when you walk up the stairs, it's like the beginning of the hallway.
Okay.
And this is the kitchen right here.
Okay. And just so that I just want to make sure, so would this be sort of the top of the stairs as you're coming up, or?
I think it's close. I don't know if the stairs are here or here.
Okay.
But this is the kitchen, so that's the hallway.
Okay. And what is? I'm going to ask you to look at this item here. What is that? That's a picture of
a black backpack.
Okay. Can we flip to the next? I know you identified it as a black backpack, but looking at it closer, is that still?
So is that the back? That's,
so this is what I'm showing you here.
This right here? That looks like there's a magazine, so maybe a gun case or a bag or I don't know. It looks like a bag.
Okay.
I don't know what kind.
And can you flip to the next page, please? And so is that a closer up picture of the bag?
Yes.
Okay. And the next page? Is that an even closer up picture of the bag?
Yes.
And what are those that are it looks to me like they're spent shell casings, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell what kind of spent shell casings they are in that picture?
No.
Okay. And this would not have been an item that you collected as part of your evidence collection, is that right?
That would be up to Jay O'Leary's decision to make.
So I guess maybe I should have asked you a better question. This did not go along with the rest of the evidence that went to the state lab, is that right?
I don't recall. If it didn't get an evidence number, then it didn't go to the lab.
Okay.
That I can say.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Showing the pictures to the jury. And just for clarification, it's the bag on the bottom there that we were just talking about, okay? Closer up view of the bag. You had testified yesterday that you've been a part of many death investigations. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And during those death investigations, there have been times when the state police have requested to search cell phones as part of the warrant request. That's right?
Sometimes we can collect it. It depends what the warrant says. You either can collect it and then you get another warrant to search it.
Fair to say you need to ask for the cell phone before you can collect it? You need to include in the warrant that you would like to search the cell phone?
Yes.
Okay, so if you don't include that in the warrant, then you're not going to be authorized to search that, is that right?
Well, you can get consent.
Okay. But if you don't ask someone for consent, the only other way you can do is ask a judge to allow you to search a cell phone. Is
Yes.
that right? And that was not part of the warrant in this particular case, a request to search Brandon's cell phone.
I don't remember the exact words of collection on the search warrant.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to look for or to look at what was requested?
Yes.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Was there a request to search Brandon's cell phone?
No.
When you were searching Brandon's room, his cell phone was right on his bed, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit KK to see if it refreshes your recollection.
Okay.
And you can look at any of the packets that you'd like.
It's right here.
Is that Brandon's bedroom?
Yes.
And that would be his cell phone, is that right?
Yes.
I
Well,
would.
it's a cell phone in his room. I don't know. I don't have knowledge of if it's his or not, but it's in his room.
Okay. So certainly, if you had requested it, you could have double checked to make sure it was his cell phone in his bedroom.
I wouldn't have done that.
Your team, the investigators could have done that?
Yes.
Okay. I would ask to strike Exhibit KK and make it, strike the identification and make it a full exhibit. Your Honor, I would ask that this be admitted as a full exhibit, the state's contract.
Okay, it shall be admitted. May I see it?
Sure.
This is the one with the cell phone turned on.
It is.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I'm a little ahead of myself. How we don't see it.
Defense can ask for things tested that are in evidence, but they can't ask for things tested that weren't collected. I hope she's not wearing like high heels, because that is difficult to do a sidestep like that in high heels. I hear, having never worn them myself. Correct me if I'm wrong. Walking side to side in high heels is not a good thing.
And I do just want to ask you one more question about this. And again, look at any of the pictures in the packet that will help you. The phone case was actually removed for you to be able to document the serial number on the back of the telephone. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Clearly not personal experience. You're all telling me that I'm wrong, and they're very easy to maneuver.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Judge. So, Trooper Elsmiller testified on direct that you were trained, you have experience in shooting reconstruction.
Yes.
Well, excuse me, I'll take that back. Let's start on something else. So, all the photos that we've been talking about throughout your testimony, did you take all of those photographs at the same time when you were at the scene?
No.
Okay. Tell us about that.
It's a process that's layering, so usually the photographer that moves through the scene will do, like we call it, an overview, and then you have mid-range and you have close-up, depending on the circumstances and what's going on in the case. So you would go through each room, and there's a series of those photos. I usually take too many photos. I think I took over 1,500 photos in this scene, just to get every angle I can possible, because we don't know what we don't know at that time. So we just take the photos as the scene is presented to us, then we move forward, and as people start searching the house, it changes as soon as you start touching each object. So then we will take photos there, and then after that, if and when the evidence is marked as evidence, we will then take that as well. So we try to do it in that layering process.
You have testified that you arrived around 7:20 at 15 Ridgemont Drive?
Yes.
Was it dark out at the time when you got there?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you start taking photographs during that night?
Yes.
Okay. Or early morning of October 2nd it would have been?
Yes.
Okay. But still dark?
I think we were inside. I took my exterior photos when it was light out.
Okay. How long, when you first arrived at 7:20 on October 1st, how long were you there in the first time that you were at the scene?
I don't recall how long I was there, but through the morning.
Okay. Did you take photographs during that time, both while it was dark outside and when the sun had risen and it was light outside?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you, if I can. One moment, Judge. Bear with us. So state 77, photograph we had talked about yesterday, is that right?
Yes.
And what is this? Just remind us what this photograph is.
This is the porch.
Okay. Does it depict the door to the back porch?
Yes.
And looking at the photograph, can you tell what time of day you took this photo?
Nighttime.
Okay. And how can you tell that?
It's dark outside.
Okay. Also looking at this photograph, were there objects in front of the door?
Yes.
Okay. did you take this? So on cross, defendant's counsel had gone through defendant's eye review, photographs of the porch. Looking at these photographs, this pack of photographs, can you tell us what time of day you took those?
This is during daylight.
Okay. So these photos, this pack of photos, defendant's eye versus state 77, in what order would you have taken these photos?
I took 77 first.
Okay. So is it fair to say that the porch, that door, the objects in front of the door are accurate to how those items were placed when you first arrived at the scene?
Yes.
Okay. Talked about on cross that small rectangle in the screen. I think you referred to it as a patch on cross.
I couldn't tell. I know screens, over time they can get worn out, so they split. I don't know if it was patched or if it's just broken or if it's ripped, or I don't know what it is.
Okay. But could you tell, or did you take note of anything of significance about that patch or that area, that rectangle next to the door, while you were there taking these photos?
No.
Did you take any note if it was actually ripped or if it had been repaired?
No.
Okay. I want to talk about the state's, or excuse me, black backpack on the floor. The top of the steps are in that area, I think is how you testified.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So the first photograph in this packet, defendant's HH, is that how the backpack appeared when you first arrived at the scene?
I don't know if this is the first picture, but
okay.
It was searched, so.
Okay. Is it closed in that picture?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and then in subsequent pictures, how does it appear?
So this is after it was searched and opened.
Okay.
And things are all moved, you can tell.
So who opened it, that bag?
I don't know.
Would it have been a member of your investigative team?
Yes.
Okay. But it was closed prior to an investigator opening it and looking inside?
Yes.
We're having the buffer issue early today, so we might switch over to the other feed that's very colorful.
So we're gonna put up on the screen.
Yay, use the screen. Okay, let me get the other feed going here.
Let's see. So this is, I'm going to show you what is the last photo, close in, the last photo of the packet, defendant's HH. In your experience and your training in shooting reconstruction, are you familiar with rimfire cartridges, bullet cartridges?
I know they're different than centerfire.
Okay. Do you know what the difference is?
It's where the firing pin hits the casing.
Okay. So on a centerfire bullet cartridge, where does the firing pin hit?
As it says in the center of the firing
And
casing.
what's a way to tell the difference between a centerfire and a rimfire cartridge?
The labeling, most likely, like the head of it and the style of the cartridge itself, the ammunition.
On a centerfire cartridge, is there a thing called a primer?
Yes.
Okay. And how about on a rimfire cartridge?
I don't recall.
Okay. Looking at these and cartridges
this is awful.
present in that backpack, able is whether or not those are centerfire or rimfire.
I can't tell from that photo, but it's different.
Ammunition from what?
The firearm that was
So, talking about, was there a casing found in the room, bedroom 1, where Mr. Garcia was found?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know whether or not that cartridge case that was found in there, or the shell casing, was that a centerfire?
I know that it was a different type of ammunition than that one.
Okay. One moment, Judge.
Okay, so yeah, we need to jiggle the cords. If she can't tell the difference between a centerfire and a rimfire cartridge and doesn't know why they're different, that is a very, very basic difference in firearms, in very common firearms. She's the crime scene investigator.
Any follow-up on that?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Trooper, you may be excused. This witness may be excused. She can be released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You may be excused. Thank you.
Okay, we're trying to get the other feed pulling up, and they're having issues there as well. So we haven't swapped feeds yet.
At this time, the state will call Bishop Stanley Cho to the stand.
Counsel, what was the name on that again?
Bishop Cho, C-H-O-A-T-E.
Choked.
Sir, if you could just remain standing for a brief moment, please. Will you please raise your right hand, sir? Do you solemnly swear the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat. Good morning, Bishop. It's nice to meet you again. I want to first have you go ahead and spell your full name. That includes both your first name and your last name for the record as we're being recorded today.
Spell it?
Yes, please.
Stanley Chhoate.
And Bishop Cho, where are you currently a pastor, sir?
Pelham, New Hampshire.
And what is the name of your ministry?
New England Pentecostal Ministries.
How long have you been sitting in fellowship?
84.
Since 1984?
I think we're going to switch to the other feed. Hold on just one second.
And how long ago did you meet Luis and Patty Garcia?
I don't know the dates. I just don't. It's been a while, but
We're going to switch here. It's going to take us back just a little bit. But
Counsel, what was the name on that again?
Bishop Cho, C-H-O-A-T-E.
see how I want to do this. I have seen lawyers swear in witnesses before instead of the judge. They use a little different
Sir, if you could
oath.
just remain standing for a brief moment, please. You please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat.
They put the cost on the streamers. The equipment, the cameras, the signal, the carrier, it's all borne by the streamers.
Good morning, Bishop. It's nice to meet you again.
For the news media.
I want to first have you go ahead and spell your full name. That includes both your first name and your last name for the record as we're being recorded today.
Spell it?
Yes, please.
STANLEYCHOATE.
And Bishop Cho, where are you currently a pastor, sir?
Pelham, New Hampshire.
And what is the name of your ministry?
New England Pentecostal Ministries.
How long have you been sitting in fellowship in Pelham?
84.
Since 1984? Okay. And how long ago did you meet Luis and Patty Garcia?
I don't know the dates. I just don't. It's been a while, but
a number of years ago, is that fair to say?
Probably several years.
Okay. Did Luis perform any services at the church? Did he help out in any way?
Yeah, he helped out as far as organizing and doing projects. He was also one of our teachers.
And did he hold a position in the church? Did he have a title?
No.
Okay. Was he considered one of the more elders of the church? Had he been there a while?
Yes, he were over security.
He oversaw security at the church?
Yes.
What are some of the other activities he would participate in besides fellowship on Sunday? Some of the other activities that would maybe just happen during the week, whether it be prayer or just gathering?
Yeah, he would come to prayer and Bible study. And he would always, when we have an activity, he and his wife would love to cook for
those activities, for those get-togethers?
Yes.
Were there regular prayer sessions that were held at the church separate from Sundays?
Yes.
Okay. And who would lead those prayer sessions sometimes?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Okay. Do you have an individual working at the church who is affectionately called Minister Eddie?
Yes.
Okay, and who's that?
Eddie is my nephew.
Would he sometimes lead any of these prayer groups or Bible studies?
Yes, he did.
How did you come to meet Brandon Castiglione? How did you meet him?
He started coming, I think he was coming encouraged by his I think it might have been his grandfather.
Okay. And what's the name of his grandfather? Or his first name, I should say.
Jeff.
Jeff. And what about his grandmother, Jeff's wife?
I think it's Fran.
How long had you known Brandon? How long had he been coming to church?
I don't know exactly the time.
Do you remember whether it was months or years?
It was years.
Years. And do you know what activities Brandon did at the church?
No.
Do you see Brandon in the courtroom today?
Yes, I see him.
Okay. Could you please point out where he's wearing and maybe the color of clothing that he's wearing?
Oh, he has on a sort of, I think it might be a gray, sort of gray, light gray shirt.
Light gray shirt. And seated over at the table?
Yes, over here.
Your Honor, at this point, we'd ask that the record please reflect that the witnesses identify the defendant.
No objection. Shall.
Bishop Cho, when was the last time you saw the defendant before today?
I can't recall. I wouldn't know.
And had you ever seen the defendant and Luis together?
Yeah, they would be together sometime. Minister Lewis would always try to, encourage you to talk to him.
And so you saw him try to encourage and talk to him?
Yes.
Okay. That encouragement and talking to him, When did you see that? What sort of events would you see that at?
It would probably be after service of a Bible study when we come together. He was just trying to encourage him in the faith.
Okay. Had Lewis or the defendant ever talked with you about Lewis doing work over at the defendant's house where he lived with his father?
He didn't talk to me prior to it. I didn't find out until after the fact.
You stated a moment ago that Lewis talked with the defendant about just trying to counsel him in the faith.
Yes.
Before Lewis was murdered, in the weeks leading up to before Lewis's murder, what was the defendant's behavior like at the church?
I had that much encounter with him, but when I did see him, it just seemed like he was withdrawn.
Withdrawn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Found the frequency to tune.
With regards to his actions inside the church, did you ever see him getting counseled inside the church about his activities?
I think once or twice. I think he might have been out of order, and we have, just ushers and stuff talks to try to make sure the order is maintained.
Okay. And you said Lewis was in charge of security, correct?
Yes.
Before Lewis was shot, what, if any, concern did you have about Brandon bringing a weapon to church?
Well, that was midway approach.
Just a moment, please.
And we have our sidebar. First sidebar, I think. Let me get this logo right. There we go. Okay. Welcome both Kim Halper, welcome Kim, as well as Nicole Major. Welcome to the gallery. Good to have both of you up. Nicole's obviously been a member before. Looks like an color upgrade on the courthouse for you. Welcome Kim, a new member. Welcome to the jury. As a matter of fact, padded seats for everybody on the jury. Wonderful. So they doing a little sidebar here. We'll see what it's about. It looks like it might take a couple minutes. I think this witness, the way he's just down to earth, pretty plain spoken. They actually are at slight risk of him talking about something they don't want him to talk about. So we'll see if that's what they were worried about, that they're approaching something that they don't want brought in. We've heard that he got out of order a little bit at the church. Had a couple times, maybe got a little rambunctious, or maybe in a heated discussion. We've heard that there have been some issues of Bible translation or understanding of different Bible verses that may have led to some heated discussions. This is the pastor that got shot at the wedding. Yes, I believe it is. This guy's on more than we think. Withdrawn is what he is. Some weird sound effects here. Some clicking. I need that to stop. That'll drive me nuts. Okay. Oh, wow. Let's see if they excuse the jury. They like to do that when it's interesting that only one lawyer is up there talking to the judge. Generally, you would always have one from each side up there so that you're not conversing while the other side isn't aware. Hopefully secrets will come out with this witness. Got our fingers crossed on this one. If you Google these names, you'll find out history. There's a ton of history. I've read some of the stories. They're bringing up different books here. This family got secrets. Still waters run deep. Are you going to be putting Lori Vallow verdict watch clock in an hour when court begins? How long did they deliberate yesterday, Jimmy? I mean, I could put a clock up. Let's see, actually. I put a clock in the bottom right-hand corner instead of my little logo, which I've sort of butchered. It's sort of off-center. But here's my problem. I have Zoom open in case Nicole was able to join us. Let's see. Nicole Mobley is the friend of Letitia Stout, who sort of befriended her on Facebook and got her to believe her story to get more information. Did he say Brandon brought his gun to church? I did not hear that. If he did, I was sort of tuned out doing some technical stuff, so I'd missed that. If that's if that's what was said, let me know. I think more so Brandon liked to do with shooting, and many people in the church also did shooting. So Lewis had been shooting with Brandon at some time, and there's the dad who was standing up there in back. I believe that's Mark. Mark had been shooting with Brandon a while before, and that Brandon had given one of his firearms, which I believe was a Sig Sauer 22 semi-automatic pistol, to Lewis previously. So the victim of the case is Luis Garcia, was actually not the pastor or bishop as we all thought, but this bishop, Bishop Choate, is the lead pastor, minister, etc. He did the wedding and was shot at. Yes, but this minister referred to Garcia as Minister Garcia. So he may have been like a lesser minister. I don't know exactly the organization of the church, how that goes, but he was one of the elders of the church. This whole town has secrets. So 4 hours of deliberation for Lori Vallow yesterday. Then at 10:30, is that when they're starting this morning? Today? I know Brandy, I think, is starting a verdict watch on her channel at 10:30. Thereabouts. Which should be fun. But we'll keep an eye out. When the verdict comes in for Lori Vallow, we're going to be jumping over to Brandy's channel. Brandy and JT are over there. It's going to be awesome. He asked if there was some concern about Brandon bringing his weapon to church. Okay, I missed that part. I heard there were cinnamon rolls. Yes, there were cinnamon rolls. There were cinnamon rolls. What's going on with the camera? Okay, over to Brandon. I always get nervous on these pan tilt zoom cameras because they can rotate 360 degrees, some of them continuously. And when you're in a courtroom, there's things you're not supposed to show, like the jury. And if you hit the little balance button when you're on the wrong setting, suddenly you're showing the jury. Okay, so the discussion about the sidebar was about having Brandon not bringing his gun to church. We're all mad here says that's one of the pistols I carry on my person. That would be the Sig Sauer 22. Sig makes some great firearms. Sig is one of the big names in firearm manufacturers. Right up there with Ruger. I like H&K myself. Most churches don't allow you to bring guns to church. Oh, JT's sending me an update. It looks like they're going to do a 12:35 verdict watch start, or sooner if it's earlier. Awesome. So it's over on Brandy's channel. We'll join it as soon as it's announced. I sent a very cryptic message to JT, which spell check butchered. So won't do anything there. No, you shouldn't bring your gun to church. Generally you shouldn't. People get shot at churches, so you need one. My church has armed security. Big church, though, says Nikki. Apparently Lewis was in charge of security at the church, so maybe he was supposed to bring the gun. Miss Briss tells many of your congregation is armed. Lots of medical professionals in church, too. We will shoot back, then administer first aid. and then prayer, in that order. New Hampshire is very easy to get a carry permit, and people carry everywhere. It's common even in church. Different states have different rules as far as, for those who are not familiar with firearms. And this might seem foreign to some of you who, I know that we've got people in chat who said, I've never seen a firearm, an actual live firearm in person. In the United States, firearms are seen very differently, and it's very common to be owned in most states. Most people have, it's very common for someone to own one or multiple firearms. I'd say over half the states are very easy. I'd have to check the number, so don't like fact check me on it or something. But over half the states have fairly easy system to enable you to carry a concealed weapon on your person, meaning the process to get a concealed weapons permit is not difficult. It might require attending a class. Oh, we might be done. But some states you just apply and you get it, unless you're a convicted felon.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. I apologize for the delay. I'm going to withdraw that last question for me and make sure that I understand a few different things first. You said that recently Brandon had to be, recently as in weeks leading up to Lewis's murder, that Brandon had to be counseled. Ushers went over and spoke to him in church to make sure things stayed in order. Did I say that correctly? To ensure that Brandon was going to be orderly in the church.
Yeah, but just response to stuff.
Response to stuff.
For example, if you're in a Bible class, we have people respond to certain questions. And that was all it was. He had his own opinion about it. And if it was out of order, it wasn't according to Scripture, then we would try to counsel him.
Okay. Let me ask for yourself. Did you ever witness the defendant, Brandon Castiglione, in fellowship on Sunday or at a Bible study or at another event where this sort of response had to be made?
I think it was once.
Once? Can you tell us about that?
It was in response to something that he had said pertaining to who he was as far as his calling.
A calling?
He responded out of context for Scripture. So
And at some point after this, did you have a conversation with Lewis generally about concern for Brandon in the church? And I'm not asking about the specifics of that conversation, just generally, did you have a conversation about concern based upon what you saw?
I think it was more or less with his teachers, but there was some interaction with Minister Lewis.
Objection here, Senator. Will we approach?
Yes.
And we have another sidebar. They're really on hearsay here in this court. So we don't know if he was legal to carry. We know that his dad, Brandon's dad, was not legal to own a firearm. So that would indicate, to me at least, that either there was a active restraining order against him, which a lot of states say if you have an active restraining order, you can't have a firearm, or he may have been convicted of a felony in the past. Generally, those two things might put him in that category. Short sidebar.
You said that it was more in response to the teachings of what was being taught?
Yes.
Okay. Let me clarify then with another question. So after those conversations, based on what you saw, did you have a concern about Brandon in the church?
There were some concerns.
And did you have a concern?
Yes, I did.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor.
Seems like every time we get to the juicy bit of the testimony, they say they're done asking questions.
Based upon that concern, did Luis have Brandon checked for weapons at the church?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware? Okay. So you're aware of the concern, you have that concern, but you are not aware that Luis had that conversation with Brandon at the church. Okay. Thank you very much for clarifying that. I don't have any further questions for you, sir, but I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Okay.
So we know there was a concern that there may have been weapons. He may have brought a weapon to the church. That's the closest we've got. But we don't know if Luis searched Brandon for weapons when he showed up at the church.
No questions, Your Honor.
Ooh.
Okay.
No
So you may
questions.
sit down.
Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that Mr. Choate be excused from the security service, please.
No objection.
And we are free to leave the courthouse, or you can stay and watch.
Okay, no, we have some other appointments coming up. So I'm gonna go.
So he's going to go.
I'm sorry, sir, I don't understand.
Oh, I just say I had other appointments.
Yes, you were free to go.
Okay, thank
You
you.
were free to go. Do you need a hand?
And
Okay,
he's
sure.
gone.
Okay. Just watch your step.
Bailiff's going to help him as well. We do have handrails there, both on the witness box and to the edge of the jury box for the step, so that's nice. Mum's the word. No one's talking about anything in this trial. I'm waiting for the big reveal. Like they're going to bring up the witness who like then spurts it all out.
Just get a couple of exhibits and more for the next witness.
Okay, go ahead.
No need to leave people instructions.
We were going to not take a break till 10:30, so.
Yeah, not looking to take a break. Just leave about 1 minute.
We're getting some exhibits ready. Little break. No leaky secrets from the bishop, unfortunately. Agnes Sky says, I really, really need a recipe for those cinnamon rolls, please. Hang on, let me see if Mrs. Ari is handy.
Your Honor, the state calls Trooper Tamara Hester to the stand, please.
Right up here, Trooper.
Go ahead and remain standing when you get to the podium.
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning. Trooper, if you please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. And Trooper Hester, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your first and last name and spell both of those names for us?
Yes. My name is Tamara Hester. First name is spelled Tamara, and my last name is spelled Hester.
Thank you. Trooper Hester, where are you currently employed?
By the Department of Safety, and I work for the New Hampshire State Police.
And how long have you been working for the New Hampshire State Police?
I was hired in March of 2008, so I have completed just over 14 years with the State Police.
14 years. Okay. What's your current rank?
Lieutenant.
Okay. And were you employed by any other law enforcement agencies prior to coming to New Hampshire State Police?
I was not.
And what sort of educational background do you have separate from your police training? We'll get into that in a moment.
Okay. I have a Bachelor of Arts from the University of New Hampshire, and I majored in psychology and justice studies.
Are you a certified and full-time officer?
Yes, I am.
And did you attend the New Hampshire State Police Academy?
I did, yes.
What was your academy class graduating number, if you remember?
The 146th.
What sort of different assignments have you had or different units that you've worked in state police so we understand your background?
Okay. So when I was hired in 2008, I worked out of the Troop A barracks, which is located close by in Epping, New Hampshire, where I worked in a patrol capacity. For a period of time, I worked a K-9, a dual-purpose K-9. So I worked in Troop A until 2015. In 2015, I was transferred to the Narcotics Investigations Unit, where I conducted drug investigations, in regular investigator capacity and some undercover capacity as well. And then in late 2018, I was transferred to the Special Investigations Unit where I currently work. And in that unit, we conduct cyber crimes, digital forensics, and child exploitation investigations.
What sort of training have you had in searching electronics and electronic devices?
I've had a variety of training through different companies and agencies. I've had training through some vendor specific, such as Celebrite. So I have a certification through Celebrite to use their software and hardware. I've been to training in Hoover, Alabama, which is where the United States Secret Service has a training facility called the National Computer Forensic Institute. I've attended training through NW3C, which is the National White Collar Crime Center, and I've also attended non-vendor specific training such as SANS.
Okay. That's a lot there, so I need to break a little bit of that down. Sure. You said one thing was a Cellbrite training. Can you please explain to the jury what a Cellbrite is or what it does?
Yes, so Celebrite is a tool that we utilize in order to conduct examinations on mobile devices. It can also do extractions on things such as SIM cards that are included within the mobile device, as well as SD cards, which can be included in a mobile device or located in other places. So that's a vendor-specific tool that we utilize in our office.
And when you say vendor-specific, what does that mean?
Meaning it's its own, so it's not open source. I guess there's also free tools that are available for forensic examiners or people who just have an interest, I guess, in doing digital forensics on their own. So this is a paid tool.
Okay. With regards to those sort of electronic searches, have you been involved in multiple searches through your time there at SIU and maybe even before of searching electronic devices?
Yes.
Okay. And give the jury an idea, what are some of the different types of devices that you've searched?
I have searched mobile devices, which could also contain a SIM card or an SD card, which could be all-inclusive within that phone. I've searched SD cards separately. I also am trained to do examinations on computers, tablets. I think that's probably it.
Okay. And separate from that, have you ever had any sort of training specifically for homicide investigations?
Yes, I have.
Okay, when was that? Or most recently, I should say, when was that?
In May of 2022, I attended a basic homicide investigations class in Nashua, New Hampshire.
All right. Were you involved in the investigation into the death of Luis Garcia in Londonderry in October of 2019?
Yes, I was.
Okay. When you were first asked to work on that case, where did you go?
I went to the Londonderry Police Department.
And did you interact with anybody there with regards specifically to what we're talking about here, a search of an electronic device?
Yes, Trooper First Class Tara Elsmiller.
Elsmiller. And what did she give you?
A mobile device.
And let me ask you just generically, what is an IMEI number? First of all, what does IMEI stand for, I should say, and then what does that number mean?
So an IMEI is an International Mobile Equipment Identifier. It's a 15-digit number that nowadays on older phones it was printed on the back of the device, so sometimes you would actually see it if you just turned over the device and you looked at it. Now sometimes it's not actually printed on the back of a device anymore. It's a 15-digit code that's basically tied to the mobile device that if you actually you can use a tool online, you can actually obtain certain information to include like make and model of the phone. So it's tied to the hardware of the phone itself.
The phone that you obtained from Trooper Elsmiller, on that particular phone, did you end up conducting a search of that phone electronically?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And before you went ahead and did that search, what sort of permission or authority did you have to conduct the search?
We had consent from the next of kin.
And do you know that consent, was that verbal or was it written?
It was written consent.
Do you remember the name of the individual who provided that? Who was the next of kin for that phone's owner?
Patricia Garcia.
How do you conduct these searches once you get on a device like this? Can you explain the process to us?
So in this particular scenario, it was a consent device. So as I referenced before, we have Celebrite, which is a tool. So we utilize it's called the UFED Touch 2. So it's a physical device. It's kind of shaped like a box like this. And in order to do the extraction on it, you plug the phone into the device on one side, and then it extracts the data from the phone, and once the data is extracted, then you move that data over to a laptop or desktop computer, whatever you have in your possession, and then there's a piece of software which Celebrite calls Celebrite Physical Analyzer, which you use to open the extraction that's created, and as such you can look at the data that was extracted from the phone without having to manually do anything on the phone itself.
So when this extraction takes place, does that literally take something off the phone? Does it copy something off the phone? Does it mirror it? What is the extraction?
It copies the data off of the phone, so the information that it's taking is still on the device itself. It doesn't actually remove anything from the phone.
Does it make any sort of alterations or changes to that data on that phone?
In order to communicate with the device itself, it does have to in like a logical extraction, it will install a client on the device, but it doesn't make any alterations to the data itself.
And then once you get that data, how do you look through it? How do you analyze and see what's there?
So in the software itself, they have different ways that they break it down, and in terms of different extraction methodologies that are available, you may get call logs, text messages, contact information, calendar information. So there is a pane that breaks it down that you can look at different information depending on what the investigation entails and what an investigator may be seeking.
And how does it kind of break it down? I mean, generically, if I were to look at the screen and I see the different data that's on there, kind of what are the categories that it spits out for me, or how can I look through that info?
You can look through the information. I get the way that it breaks down is basically it's kind of like a tree or a carrot method, it might be called. So I'm just going to use my hand to show it. So it's kind of like an arrow that's pointing, and let's say it says call logs, and then there may be a drop down if there's different types of information that were decoded by the device. Let's say there was various calls that came from maybe an application. Some may have come, if we were to say a phone call came directly to your phone number, that's considered like something that's native on the phone, meaning that it was installed when the phone came to you. But there's also ways that you can make phone calls through third-party applications, so it may break it down further under call logs in things such as, you know, native call logs, let's say WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, different if there's other things that were extracted from the device depending on what the person had installed on their phone.
Okay. And you can see all of that using this reader, and just you're not, again, changing any information, you're just reading the information from the extraction, is that correct? Right. Now, on the phone that you obtained with the consent of the next of kin, on that particular phone from Luis Garcia, did you run one of these forensic downloads?
Yes.
Okay. And from that download, were you able to look at the same thing you just described for us, the different information that's on there or that's accessible?
Yes.
Did you ever go and look at the call log itself? And by call log, what I'm referring to, actually, what do you use? I'm going to make sure I use your terms. What is a call log to you?
A call log to me would be incoming, outgoing, or missed phone calls that were received on the handset.
Were you able to look at that on Luis Garcia's phone?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see anything on there that talked about some of their applications that allowed for phone calls, the difference you listed through a few moments ago? Did you see anything there that indicated there was another call other than just the basic call feature of the phone?
In this particular case, from the information that I looked at, I do not recall that.
Okay. And were you able to generate an extraction report of those call logs specifically for October 1st, 2019?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, with the understanding that the defense has no objections, we'd ask for the identification to be stricken for State's Exhibit 118. Okay, Michelle? Just show the Your Honor with regards to Mr. White. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 118. Have you look through that just for a brief moment? And do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
All right, what kind of document is it?
This is a report that was created through Celebrite, and it's for call logs dated on October 1st, 2019.
All right. Do you recognize this as the call logs that were found on Luis Garcia's cell phone that you searched?
Yes.
Okay. And based upon that and based upon your memory of that search, is that fully accurate, as in that captures all of the calls that were made to or from that phone that day?
Yes.
Thank you. If I could take that back. I'm going to direct your attention to the screen. And actually, if for some reason you can't see it on the screen, I will leave Exhibit 118 with you. Looking at Exhibit 118 on the screen here, do you recognize, I know it's very, very small font at the time, do you recognize that as being the same thing that's in front of you?
Yes, it appears to be.
Okay. What I'd like to ask and what I'd like to do is kind of go ahead and have you take us through what the phone log showed for communication back and forth to Luis Garcia's phone that day, okay?
Okay.
So you can follow along with that particular exhibit, or look up at the screen, we'll go back and forth. I'd like to start off specifically with this section here. We're looking at that call as call number 30. I'm going to zoom in. Can you tell us about this information that you found for a phone call on Luis's phone, the first one of the day?
Yeah, so for the call logs that were extracted, that basically when the report is created, so for what you see here, there's different columns based upon what the information is. So in moving from, I'll go from left to right. Yep. So the number 30 is what Celebrite is creating as a line item, basically, meaning 30 items were exported from this. So, and then you see in the 2 lines, so that is the outgoing phone number. Since it was as you see all the way over to the right, it was an outgoing phone call. So you have the identified phone number. Underneath that is what the contact name would be saved as. So in this particular case, that phone number is saved in the device as Minister Eddie. And then underneath that, we see the direction outgoing. And then in the next column over to the right, we see the date, which is 10/1/2019. And then there's a timestamp underneath it, 7:45:47 a.m. And then where you see the parentheses where it says UTC -4, UTC is a universal coordinated time, and that's basically UTC -0 is what it's a universal time, but depending on where you live in the country, you have to add or subtract time. So here in New Hampshire, depending on whether we're observing daylight savings times or not, we're either -4 or -5. And in this particular case, since we're still in October, we are -4. So basically it's saying we subtract, Celebrite was able to basically convert the timestamps to local time. So that's why it says UTC -4.
I see. So that's the difference between, so when we see 7:45 and 47 seconds, that tells us that that is the local time. If I were to look on the clock, when this call was made, it would say 7:45 a.m.
That's correct.
Okay.
And then oops, sorry.
No, go right ahead. I think we're going to the same place. If you could explain to us the numbers in the next column, please.
Okay, and one more column to the right is the length of that call. So in this case, it's approximately 28 minutes and 57 seconds. And then it again identifies that it's an outgoing call.
Can you explain, what is an outgoing call? What does that word outgoing mean?
It would mean that physical device, whoever is in control of that device, is making a call to another number. And incoming would be the reverse, would be that it's the recipient.
Okay. I'd think I understand that part. You said before the phone number that's listed in column number 2, under the word 2, we've got a phone number that's listed there, and then a name that we're reading that says Minister Eddie. Is that I believe you said that's what programmed into the phone? So like, is that like, if I open up my phone right now, that's my contact is listed in this way?
Yes, so if I were to give you my phone number and you saved it as a contact and you put Tamara Hester in there, that would be how it would show up here, because it's exporting it from the contacts.
Okay. So from looking at the call logs, this is a phone call that was going out from Luis Garcia's phone starting at 7:45 and 47 seconds a.m. on that day, October 1st, 2019, and it lasted for 28 minutes, 57 seconds. Did I read that correctly, or am I interpreting that information correctly?
Yes.
I'd like to go to the next phone call that you found on the phone, and this particular one here. Could you go ahead and tell us what we have for this information?
Yes, so the columns they all have the same identifying information across the top, but in this particular case, it is a missed call, the phone number there, and the contact is saved as Brother Mark, and that phone call occurred at approximately 9:30 a.m.
And that direction under there says incoming, the opposite of outgoing?
Correct.
Okay. So this is a call that's coming into Luis's phone, is that right?
Yes, and as we can see, it's missed, and which is why the time isn't incrementalized. That's why it's 0 seconds.
And so when it says missed, is that in essence that the connection never happened? Nobody picked up the phone?
That would be correct.
Okay. So this is at 9:30 and 30 seconds a.m., right?
Yes.
It's Garcia's phone.
I'd like to go ahead
Victim.
to the next call. Call 28 on the log. What is the next call that came into Luis's phone?
This is from another 603 phone number. The contact was saved as Brother Archer. It's an additional incoming missed call that occurred at approximately 9:17 a.m.
And another missed call. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'd like to go to the next group of calls here after that call 28. Looking at 27, 26, 25, 24, and 23. Could you help us out, please, with regards to call 27? It appears to be from a number, and it says the word null underneath. What does that mean?
Generally, if it comes up as null, basically your phone, it's the way that your phone stores information. It could be in particular call logs, and contacts and messages are often stored in what's called a SQLite database. So it's the way that the information is stored and how it exports it. If there's no value there, it often will store it as null. So that to me would mean that that contact is not saved in the device. That phone number, I should say, is not saved in the device as anything.
And I also can see from, if I'm reading this correctly, it's an 855 area code, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And does that indicate anything to you as somebody who looks at electronic devices and phone records if it's calls coming from an 855 area code?
Frequently, people get spammed from a variety of different phone numbers, or it could be something as simple as like your cable company, somebody calling you, but generally, if it's, I guess, maybe more of a corporate thing.
Okay. And what time did this call come in and was not picked up?
That call came in at approximately 16:03 a.m.
And how about the next call, call 26?
That is another call from the contact saved as Brother Mark, incoming missed at approximately 10:52 a.m.
And we're going to go up to the next two calls, 25 and 24.
So we don't know if he was just not answering his phone calls in the morning, or if he was deceased at this time.
What time did the call 25 come in?
I'm sorry, 10:49:53 a.m.
And that was missed as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Next call, number 24 here listed. What time did that call come in and from whom?
11:41:28 a.m. and that is from the contact saved as Brother Mark.
And the next one after that, call 23. What time did that come in and from whom? Just a moment.
I'm sorry, 12:14:13 p.m. and that is from the contact saved as Brother Mark.
And was this again another missed call from Brother Mark?
Yes.
Going to the next series of phone calls, starting listed as 22. Can you please tell us as we zoom in here, who are let's go with 22 and 21. Who is calling in here according to the phone?
Both 21 and 22 are both from the contact saved as Pat G in the phone, and 22 is a missed call at 12:44:56 p.m. and 21 is a missed call at 12:45:41 p.m.
And those two times, 12:44:56 and 12:44:41, that's what, less than a minute in between those two?
Yes, correct.
And call 20, the next call that came in. Can you tell us about that call, please?
Yes, so that from the contact save as Hefe and Fran, and that is a incoming missed call at 12:48:04 p.m.
And again, all three of those are missed calls as well, right?
Correct.
We're going to keep going. Call 19. If you could please tell us 19, 18, and 17, where are these calls coming from?
19, 18, and 17 are all three from the contact saved as Pat G. I'll start backwards at 19. It's 12:50:21 p.m. an incoming missed call. 12:52:38 is an incoming missed call. And 12:59:17 is an incoming missed call.
Going over to the first page of the document, we finished with call 7. Excuse me, yep. Just go back a little bit. Yep, we finished with call 15. If we can go into call 14, please.
Is an incoming missed call from the contact saved as Pat G at 1:04:30 p.m.
And call 13 also from Pat G?
Yes, at 1:12:42 p.m.
And call 12 also from Pat G?
Yes, at 1:16:55 p.m.
And what about call 11 also from Pat G?
Yes, at 1:36:08 p.m.
And what about call 10?
Is an incoming missed call from the contact saved Hefe and Fran at 1:39:39 p.m.
Going back to call 9, the next call that's up there, can you please go ahead and explain to us what the next call was?
That's an incoming missed call from Pat G at 2:08:43 p.m. Call 8 is an incoming missed call from the contact saved as Pat G at 3:01:29 p.m.
Call 7.
Incoming missed call from the contact saved as Pat G at 3:15:16 p.m.
Call 6.
Is that says no number on it, and again we have null there. So again, it could mean that the contact wasn't saved in there, and without the number, I can't say who it came from, but from training and experience, it could possibly be a private number calling into the phone that wouldn't be recognized on the phone itself.
Understood.
And that's 4:22:10 p.m.
Again, missed?
Yes.
And call 5, please.
Incoming missed call from the contact saved as Pat G at 5:01:49 p.m.
5:01:49, is that correct?
That's correct.
5:01:49, do you know what time New Hampshire State Police was called and asked to assist the Londonderry Police Department with this investigation?
I do not.
Calls 4, 3, 2, and 1. Could you please, can you read it from on there? Just in general, with the times of those calls.
Just the times?
Yep, from call 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Okay, call 4 is 5:50:49 p.m.
Who's that from?
That is from incoming missed from Pat G.
3.
3 is incoming missed from a 508 area code phone number, not saved as a contact in the phone, 6:42:10 p.m. And 2 is incoming missed call from a 978 saved in the device as Manny, and that is 8:35:32 p.m.
And to be thorough and complete, call 1, please.
Call 1 is a 978 phone number saved as Elder Pyre's home, incoming missed call at 9:23:23 p.m.
And do those accurately reflect each one of those phone calls that were made to or from Luis Garcia's phone according to the extraction that you performed for that particular day, October 1st, 2019?
Yes.
Weren't there supposed to be some numbers from the defendant's family that were on that list? I did not see them. Supposedly they called him and he didn't answer his phone, but I didn't see
Trooper Hester,
anything on
thank
the
you
list.
very much for your time. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Okay.
So we're going to take the morning break for questioning. I'm assuming you have questioning.
I do.
Okay, all right. So we're going to stand in recess for the next 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Do not engage in any independent research. We'll be back here in 15 minutes. Thank you.
All right.
There might have been the unsaved numbers. Yeah, it hurt my head too much to even track what we were listening to. Still got a hot mic, so we're going to listen for a bit.
Okay.
And they cut the feed. All right. Yeah, once we know there's a verdict, Ari will switch us over to Brandy's channel. It's already set up to do that. I'll make the switch when it's time. We will not miss the Lori Vallow verdict, so you can stay here and not have to constantly search Twitter for updates, because we have people doing that for you. So far, nothing, but they are deliberating right now. Let's see. Nate Eaton, who's from the East Idaho News. It's Friday. Did I say it was Thursday?
No, Friday.
Friday? What's Friday?
Friday.
Friday. Was it a joke? Did I miss the joke? Oh, it's Friday. My kid came in to say, it's Friday. He wants you all to know that it's Friday. That is awesome. It is Friday all day long, which means we have a podcast tonight with Weather Watch, who was here in chat. He's helping us with the names of the witnesses on the stand. So this is great. Nate Eaton from Eastern Idaho News tweets out, he said, a line began forming at 4 a.m. to get into the courtroom. We could get a verdict today in the Lori Vallow Daybell trial. 4 a.m. That's just going to be crazy. Let's see. I'm seeing if there are any more updates from him. And I'm not seeing any. Okay. So still waiting on that. Okay, so Jeffe and Fran, Grandma, were on the call. Okay. Oh, Jeffe and Fran were the grandma. Deebs, thank you so much. We did see them on the list several times. They did try to call. Pat G is the wife, yes, and she had many, many calls. Most of the calls were from her. Okay, so Jeffe and Fran, or Heffy and Fran, as they said, would be the grandma who was trying to get a hold of him. Brother Mark was just earlier in the morning. So Fran is the grandmother, yes. Kilt Friday. Kilt Friday. No Kilt Friday. It's not going to happen. Raya is the happiness you feel for the approaching weekend. Okay, I'm hoping we're so close. These witnesses, as soon as they start getting to, as soon as we know that they have some juicy information about what happened, about these individuals, about their interactions, about the backstory, the prosecution and defense say, all right, no more questions. We're done. We've got everything we want out of them. How in the world can we just leave all these doors unopened? What time did the wife say they called her to tell her about Garcia? I feel her last call was late. I don't remember. I'd have to dig into that one. Just in time, I had to leave to go lecture my nephew about missing school. He's faking sick because he gets bullied every day. Oh, man. I don't want to minimize that. He's missed 20-plus days, so we're watching. Man, Blair, that is a tough situation. Grandmother and the victim's wife pronounces Jeff. Okay, the witness called it as Jefe. Why are they going through a call by call? What would be the reason for that? To show when it shows a couple things. When the last call, the victim answered on the phone. That's important. We saw that in the Alex Murdaugh trial. So that could indicate when something had happened where the victim would no longer be responding to phone calls. It sounds like, though, the victim was painting, and when he's painting, he doesn't answer his phone. So the information isn't as useful as it might be. Where, like with Mags in the Alex Murdaugh trial, she supposedly always answered her phone, or Paul always answered his phone. And so when they stopped answering their phones, that was a red flag, an indicator. Imagine how the stepson's trial is going to go. Jefe in Spanish means boss. It's killing me that the experts stay on the stand discussing experience more than close insiders telling what's up. Whoa, Dinah, got a federal jury summons. I might have juice for you. Hey. Here's what I would say, Dinah. Obey all the rules of the court. Make sure you fully understand the rules of the court as it relates to sharing information with us, as it relates to taking notes, as it relates to taking pictures, as it relates to electronics in the courtroom. And we would always advise you to follow all the rules of the court. It is not worth it at all for you to have to break a rule to get us information. We would not want you to be put in that situation. But if you are able to follow all the rules of the court and bring us some great inside experience as far as serving on a federal jury, that would be fantastic. His wife should know how to pronounce it, right? Yes. Yes, that would be the right one. So, Jeff. Same name, interchangeable. What trial is next? Well, this one's going to go about 2 weeks. We've actually had just an update yesterday in the Brian Kohberger trial. There's supposed to be a hearing on May 22nd, which we wanted to follow. That hearing has to do with the gag order on the trial. The Associated Press and a bunch of other people have grouped together and have filed a motion with the court saying, hey, this is causing us irreparable harm to not be able to talk about this case and not have access to the public documents that we should have access to. And so they've asked to be heard before the judge. Brian Kohberger's team, his lawyer, filed a motion saying, I'm actually going to be using an expert witness to testify about the negative effects of media coverage on me and my 6th and 14th Amendment rights. Or my rights, spelled out in the 6th and 14th Amendments. So I will not be ready for the May 22nd date for the hearing because the expert witness is needed. So that was our update yesterday. So that may be coming up soon. Obviously, in July is our next big one. We have 2 back-to-back or on top of each other, really, and that's going to be Sarah Boone and Shabusiness. But we have some other ones, lots of other ones available. State has a bunch of nothing burger for evidence. Eddie, if all they have is circumstantial evidence, if all they have is saying we found the defendant's gun in the house, the defendant was there, and the victim was dead. If that's all they have, I need something. I need one little shred, one piece of non-circumstantial evidence to sort of to tell me that he's the one, that the defendant's the one that pulled the trigger. I'm hoping. I mean, I guess I don't need it. If there's enough circumstantial evidence, that will be enough. But so far, they just haven't convinced me. Rachel, yes, my wife this morning, right before the live stream, just went and buzzed off most of my hair. So it's nice and short. Brittany, happy birthday. That is awesome. Have a happy birthday. Let's see, Crystal Smith starts Monday and ZA sentencing is Tuesday. Eddie, who's Crystal Smith? Tell me the state in the trial. How would I know that one? Sounds really familiar, but my brain does not want to brain today. I can't brain today. I has the dumb. Okay, trying to answer some questions here. Why did she change her last name to Shabusiness? I do not know that one. I have not dug into that. I just know she attacked her lawyer in court. Or I think it was in court. Supposed to give an update on Doomsday Trial at 11. You're talking about the Lori Vallow Doomsday Cult trial? Yeah, the 14th and 6th Amendments, Cher. 6th and 14th are what Brian Koberger cited in his motion. Sarah Brune is going to be crazy. She's already crazy. The case is going to be just off the rails. It's going to be great. Circumstantial evidence is just as powerful as direct as it answers the right questions. It's not less than direct. Right, there's this, generally most states in their instructions to the jury will say the law gives no additional weight to direct evidence than circumstantial. They're basically the same in the eyes of the law. But I need something that's just that tells me he pulled the trigger. Not just we found this guy near the victim and there was a gun nearby, so must have been him. I need something more. I think there's room for reasonable doubt. The state's done a good job saying there was a key under the mat where, where's the first place to look if there's a key hidden in the house? Everyone looks under the mat. That's where it is. There's a key in the front door. There's a hole in the screen right next to the lock on the back door where somebody could just reach through and open the lock there. Granted, there was stuff piled against the back door, so that would indicate that probably it was not a method of entrance or egress. But I just need to know a little bit more. It just doesn't add up. We don't have any statements by the defendant. We don't have, we need some more information. And every time we start getting more information, they excuse the witness. So if the defendant's dad is the one getting married, was he planning to attend his good friend's funeral first and then hang around for the wedding? No. At the time, I believe, the dad had a restraining order, so he could not be present with the Garcias because he got kicked out of the Garcias' home. The police had to be called when he was intimidating Mrs. Garcia. So I don't think he was going to attend the funeral. It seems the church just did a very poor job scheduling to put them back to back and get them there at the same time. Inside with the locked door, key under the mat isn't enough for me. Cece says, I need a motive. The state doesn't have to prove a motive, but it sure would be helpful. Why would they just shoot up this man? Makes no sense. Something's definitely wrong here. I don't even see where they're going. It's like the prosecution is trying for a bit guilty plea. State doesn't have the proof. I'd like to know why he is charged in the first place. I don't know which one Brandy's going to cover. I'm sure at one point Brandy will be live streaming the same time as me, and that's perfectly fine. But I'm not sure which one she'll cover. We might be covering the same trial at one point too. Crystal Smith is Aiden Fucci's mom. I forget how to say Aiden's last name. Destroyed all the evidence. She's the one that washed the bloody pants. Okay. I thought that was going to be an open and shut case. Is she fighting those charges? I'm not convinced he did this. There's too much drama within that circle. Let's see. Let me check back. I have not heard back from Nicole yet. Okay. What's up with these defendants attacking their lawyers? Not everybody can put on a rock-solid case in their own defense like Darrell Brooks. This is weird. I'm waiting every day for like that little last piece to fall and just start to make sense. Wedding probably was scheduled first, and then the funeral was put in later. Generally, funerals have less advance notice. How many are in here are on jury at this point? Hakuna Matata. This is the first indicator we've had today, is that the defendant has had some heated conversation regarding religion. Also, that there may be some times where he's spoken out in church, where the church says that's not doctrinally correct according to how we believe. Specifically about his role in life, or his mission in life is what they referred to it as. So he may think of himself as something that the church says, no, that doesn't really fit with our religion. And in accordance with that, he may also be interested in weapons, to the point where they think that maybe we need to search him for weapons when he comes to the church. And it's possible, we didn't get it out of the pastor because he didn't know, but it's possible that that Lewis searched the defendant for weapons at the church prior to this. I don't know how far prior, but in the couple weeks prior to this. Mrs. H says, R spent so many seconds trying to edit questions so it fit the 200 characters, and then RA answers it for me. Just lucky, I guess. I still think he was wrestling to get away from Brandon because he was trying to unalive himself. Whoa. There's an interesting thought. I think sister and grandma know more than what they're saying. I want to know how the case got to this point. Seriously, like, what? How? We have so many unanswered questions. I feel an affair between one of the parents with Garcia, maybe, and that Brandon was potentially in a shocked state. Well, why would that, if that was the case, why has that not been brought up? Unless there was some, blood runs thicker than water type tie, and we're trying to cover up the truth so that someone else doesn't get in trouble or embarrassed. If the funeral was scheduled first, we would probably be having a lot more New Hampshire trials. Yes, I'm hung with the jury on this one. Okay, we've got some video coming back here.
No, I believe it went back to Sergeant Amatucci. If I can review the chain of custody, I can confirm.
Well, let me ask a better question, because I think what you're talking about is the actual phone back to Amatucci. Is that right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, yes.
So sorry, it was a bad question.
No, that's okay.
You provided the extraction or the Celebrate report to Sergeant Sloper.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Who is the lead investigator in this case?
Yes.
Okay. You were never asked by any member of the major crime team in this case to do an extraction on Brandon Castiglione's phone, correct?
I was not, no.
No further questions.
And just like that.
Redirect, Your Honor. We ask the witness be excused. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You're free to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
One more witness crossed off the list and free to go. Defense was quick. Very, very quick.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will call Dr. Jenny B. Duval to the stand, please.
Okay, we might have the ME here. This may start answering some questions. Dr. Jenny Duval. Something is not copacetic, says last poet. And once again, none the wiser. I would not be surprised if the state, after this, just like, we rest our case. We have not proven a thing, but we're resting now. I think this could be an ME. We know it's a doctor.
And when you get to
Don't trip on the cords.
Witness stand, if you could please remain standing for a moment. Dr. Ball, can you please go ahead and raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. There's water up there if you need it. Tissues as well. It's allergy season. Whatever you need. If you need a break, please let us know.
Okay.
Dr. Duvall, as we're being recorded here today, would you please go ahead and state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Jenny Duval, JenniedUval.
And Dr. Duval, where or what is your current title?
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for the state of New Hampshire.
And how long have you been working in the medical examiner's office here in New Hampshire?
So 5 years as the Chief Medical Examiner. Before that, I was the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner for about 17 years.
As the Chief Medical Examiner, what are your responsibilities, your duties?
So as Chief, I'm responsible for the overall administration of the office, but I also share the caseload with the Deputy Chief. So I also perform autopsies on a daily basis. We teach and lecture frequently. We're members of fatality review committees that meet periodically, and I testify.
And what do you testify about frequently?
Just my findings during my autopsy examinations.
Did you ever work in another medical examiner's office before coming to New Hampshire?
Yes, I was in the Dallas County Medical Examiner's office in Dallas, Texas for a couple of years before I started here.
And what were your responsibilities at the Dallas County Medical Examiner's office?
Pretty much the same, more autopsy examinations and teaching and lecturing.
I want to make sure we understand a couple of different terms and definitions that you use before we get into the substantive testimony about this particular case. Could you please explain for the jury, what does it mean to determine the cause of somebody's death?
So the cause of death is the underlying reason why someone passed away, why their heart and lungs stopped. So it could be anything. It could be trauma, it could be disease, it could be drug intoxication, or combinations of those.
And you also determine, separate from that cause, what the manner of somebody's death is.
Yes, so that refers to the circumstances surrounding the death. So there are 5 possible manners of death. There are natural deaths due to exclusively natural disease like heart attacks and strokes. There are accidents that are due to unintentional injuries. Many overdoses that we see are accidents, traffic fatalities. There are suicides, which is death at your own hands with the intent to cause your death. Homicides are death resulting from the actions of another person. And there is an undetermined category where we don't have enough information to categorize the death.
And approximately how many different deaths have you certified in the course of your career?
Certified tens of thousands, perhaps. I've performed over 6,000 autopsy exams, but I certify many more deaths without an autopsy.
Explain to the jury why. What are the difference between some that might be certified and the ones where you conduct 6,000 or so where you've conducted autopsies?
Well, some deaths automatically require an autopsy for various reasons. Some are national standards dictate that we will do an autopsy in certain cases. Many times it's the judgment of the pathologist that they need to examine the body internally to determine the cause or to confirm what they suspect is the cause of death. But there are many others that we will certify the death without the autopsy. So they're usually deaths where it's an elderly person with lots of medical problems and their death is expected, but there's no one available to certify the death. So we would get involved to process that. There are other cases where the injuries are obviously fatal and not survivable, and the internal examination is not really necessary. So there are other situations too. So we don't always perform an autopsy, meaning the internal part of the autopsy exam, in every death that we certify.
In those matters where you are conducting an autopsy, I mean, just generally, can you kind of define for us what an autopsy is? What do you do and what are you looking for?
So an autopsy is an examination of the body after death. It does include an external exam. So we do examine the body externally for evidence of disease or injury. That's followed by an internal examination where I would make incisions into the body so that I can examine all of the organs. And again, I'm looking for evidence of disease or injury. And usually during that procedure, I'll take tissue samples or blood samples or other samples for additional testing.
Separate from doing an autopsy and the results you get from that, what are some of the other things that you look at before you determine a cause and a manner of death?
Yeah, so the autopsy is one piece of a death investigation. So the investigation starts at the scene, or really starts before that. I would want medical history as much as we can obtain. Medical history. Then it's the scene investigation, usually by one of our investigators will respond to the scene, gather information about the circumstances, when the person was last known alive, when they were found, how they were found, were they complaining of anything before they were discovered. So all that information is as important, if not more important, than the actual examination of the body.
From the autopsies that you've conducted in criminal cases or criminal investigations, have you had numerous ones that involve victims of gunshot wounds?
Yes.
And I'd like to talk with you now a little bit about what you had to do to get trained up in order to do this work, this line of work, and become the chief medical examiner. Can you explain to us just a little bit of what your education and training was to get to where you are now?
Yes, so I have an undergraduate degree from the University of New Hampshire. I went to medical school at McGill University, that's in Montreal, Quebec. I followed that with a 4-year pathology residency at UMass Medical Center in Worcester, Mass. I then did fellowship training at the Boston, Massachusetts Medical Examiner's Office. And I returned to UMass Medical Center for a final year of training in surgical pathology. So I needed all those years of training after medical school to be eligible to take my board examinations. So I took a series of exams way back, and I am board certified in 3 different areas of pathology.
And what are those 3 different areas?
They're called anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
And do you use the knowledge that you've learned in all 3 of those fields when you're being the chief medical examiner?
Yes, I do.
What does it mean to be board certified in any field of medicine, but also specifically with regards to these 3 specialties?
Right, so every medical specialty has a board. Mine's the American Board of Pathology. And they have requirements to be able to be eligible to take the examinations, and then you have to pass the examinations in order to be board certified. So the requirements are that you have a medical degree from an accredited university, that you have completed a residency training program in that specialty and have met the requirements of that training program, that you have a medical license to practice medicine somewhere in one of the states, and that you pass these examinations.
When we talk about pathology, what is that? I remember briefly from science class that ology means study of, but pathology, what's that defined as?
So it does mean the study of, and pathos is disease. So it's a study of disease. Pathologists are medical doctors, just like your internists, but rather than seeing patients in a clinical office setting or in the hospital, pathologists are usually based in a lab. And most pathologists will spend a lot of time peering through a microscope at tissue samples from the operating room. And they are the ones that diagnose what the disease process is, and they're the ones that pass that information on to the surgeon or your physician so that you can be treated.
how is forensic pathology different from what they do?
So forensic pathology is another subspecialty of pathology, and forensic pathologists perform autopsy exams and investigate deaths. Not all deaths, but deaths that are sudden or unexpected, that may involve the criminal justice system or public health. And the goal of the death investigation is to determine the cause of death and the manner of death.
So that field is separate from just like clinical pathology, as you explained before, anatomic pathology?
Right, so anatomic pathology is really surgical pathology. It's the pathologist peering through the microscope. Clinical pathology refers to the hospital laboratories. So pathologists are often in charge of those. So when you have a blood test, a blood sample drawn and sent to the lab, it's those labs that are under the purview of the clinical pathologist.
Do you later on take a look at any additional reports other than your own autopsy report when you're putting this together, and specifically any reports that come from other individuals that do that line of work?
So in my office and the way our office functions is we always have a death investigator that will respond to the scene and gather preliminary information, speak to the pathologist on call about the circumstances and the case information as is known at that time. And the pathologist then determines whether we need to perform an autopsy or not. And before the autopsy, then the investigator will have completed their own report, their investigation report. And I would have that information available to me before the autopsy. And I may or may not have medical records available at that time. Sometimes we get more information directly from the police. I think that's about it.
With regards to some of the testing that you conduct on an individual when they are present for an autopsy, are there any work that's done chemically to find out whether or not that person has different substances or foreign substances in their bloodstream?
Yeah, so the autopsy can include additional testing where we take the samples during the autopsy exam and we send those off for testing. Most of the time that includes toxicology tests. So we will routinely send blood samples to a lab, have it tested to see if there are medications or drugs or alcohol or anything in the blood.
And it's part of your practice and your training to be able to read those reports that come back and then take into account how that may or may not have affected this individual at or near the time of death?
Yes.
What does it mean to be board certified then in forensic pathology? You talked about these board certifications and you talked a little bit about the process that you have to go through. I guess, is there anybody who's a practicing medical examiner for the state of New Hampshire who's not board certified?
No, so it's required in most medical examiners' jurisdictions that the forensic pathologists that are employed there be board certified. So it's a certification and accreditation.
Okay, and accrediting. Yeah. Have you ever testified or been qualified, in court as an expert in forensic pathology before?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately how many times?
Over 100.
We're about ready to get to good
states?
stuff.
New Hampshire, Vermont, Massachusetts, and Texas.
Your Honor, based upon the testimony from Dr. Duval, we ask that she be qualified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
No objection. Okay, she is so qualified.
Thank you. Dr. Duval, I'd like to talk with you now about the specifics of this particular case, and that would be the death of Luis Garcia. It's my understanding you may have brought your file with you today?
I did.
Okay. If you could just let us know at the times that you need to refer to your file, just so we can have it clear on the record of when you're referring to it, but you are free to refer to it whenever you may need to. You said, how many autopsies do you do per year?
275 or so.
So if you need to refer to your report, that's fine. Okay? All right. And can you tell us how your office first was informed about Luis Garcia's death?
So I was the pathologist on call. So I received the call from our investigator who had responded to the scene.
And which investigator was that?
Her name is Robin Shear.
And so the process you talked about before, the Assistant Deputy Medical Examiner there, Robin Shear, the toxicology, your own autopsy report. Are those the things that you looked at before coming to a conclusion on the cause and manner of death here?
Well, I came to the conclusion before the toxicology results came back. But yes, those are the things I rely on.
And you know what, let's just talk about the toxicology results at first. Was there anything that was in Luis Garcia's system at the time, or near the time of his death?
Caffeine.
Nothing else, no foreign substances, no drugs, no alcohol, nothing like that?
No.
Did you conduct the autopsy on Luis Garcia yourself?
Yes.
And when doing that, where was that conducted?
At the medical examiner's autopsy facility, which is at Concord Hospital in Concord.
And when did that autopsy take place?
October 2nd, 2018.
So it would be just the very next day?
Yes.
I'd like to show you State's Exhibits 94 through 105. Just a moment. Dr. Duval, I want to make sure defense counsel has a chance to look at these photos. You said that the autopsy was conducted the very next day.
Yes.
I just want to clarify, with Mr. Garcia being shot on October 1st of 2019, you mean October 2nd of 2019, not 18?
Correct.
Fine. Thank you.
May I see them before you give them to the witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection to these?
No, Your Honor.
The fellow jurors have 4 hours in yesterday of deliberations, and then about half an hour almost today. So 22 minutes today. Thanks, Nancy. That's about right on the button.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So they're admitted without objection? Okay.
Dr. Duval, I'm approaching you now, and I'm going to just show you, just generally, and we're going to take a look at these in a moment. I'll have you walk through them. I want to make sure that you recognize these photos first. So what's been marked State's Exhibit 94A and 94B, what do you recognize those to be?
So these are photographs of digital x-rays. So whenever there's penetrating trauma, I will take x-rays before the autopsy exam starts.
Switch here to photographs, I'm saying 95 and, excuse me for a second, 95, 96, and 97. Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
Okay. And were these taken during the autopsy that you conducted on Luis Garcia?
Yes.
I'm asking you a few more photos, questions about those in a moment. Also want to show photographs number 98, 99, and 100. Same question, were these photos taken during the autopsy?
Yes.
And who took these photos?
Me.
And photographs number 101, 102, three. Do you recognize those three photos?
Yes.
Okay. Same. Are these pictures of Luis Garcia taken during the autopsy?
Yes.
Okay. Finally, photos number 104 and 105. Same question. Were these taken during the autopsy?
Yes.
I'm going to leave these photos up here for you to refer to at any point in time if you need. And separate from that, I will display them up on the screen and I have several questions to ask you about them, okay? And separate from that, I'm also handing you a wireless mouse. It should be on and working. So at different points, if you see something on the screen and you would like to point it out, unfortunately this laser pointer I have doesn't work on screens, but this does. And we'll be happy to go ahead and do that so you can use the mouse to show people different things that we're seeing. Okay.
Yes.
Attorney Agati, these are darker photos, so I was just actually going to dim the lights in here so that the screen is a little bit more video.
That would be fine,
better visible.
We get mood lighting. That usually messes with the cameras.
Is that better, Your Honor? Perfect. Thank you.
Perfect for who?
And Dr. Duval, just so we understand, why do you take photos during the autopsy? What's the value in that?
It's another way to document findings. So I document my findings in three ways. So a written description, photographs, and also a diagram.
And so we understand that the few photos that I've shown you now, is that the complete amount of photos that you took or a fraction of the number?
A small fraction. I take many, many photographs.
And understanding that these are going to be photos of either radiographs or of Luis Garcia's body, do you feel that it is both necessary and helpful for the jury to understand what you saw in your conclusions for them to view these photographs?
Yes.
So I'd like to go first and talk about the radiology that was conducted. You stated that you, I want to make sure I get this right, you take x-rays of a body that comes in, and explain to me again what the purpose of that is.
So whenever, they're not taken in every case, but there are certain cases where we do need x-rays. And in the case of a gunshot wound or stab wounds or other penetrating injuries, we take the x-rays to look for evidence of any retained foreign material in the body that may be visible on an x-ray.
And once we get to the x-rays, how does it show up? What will it look like in comparison to the rest of a person's body?
So x-rays are black and white, right? And bone is a much brighter white than surrounding tissues. So you can see the skeletal features pretty well with just a plain x-ray. Anything metal would show up brightly too, as bright as bone, if not brighter.
How old was Luis Garcia when he died?
60.
And approximately how tall was he?
Can I refer to my report?
Yeah, please do.
5'7".
How much did he weigh?
231 pounds.
Was his body clothed when you saw it?
Yes.
Can you just generally go through what he was wearing for clothing?
Yes, he had a t-shirt, jeans, shoes and socks. Accompanying him in the body bag were eyeglasses and a baseball cap.
Did you notice any tears or defects in the clothing that he had that was relevant to your investigation?
Yes, so once the clothing was removed, I examined the clothing and there was a hole in the back of the shirt, very close to the collar line, a little bit on the right side.
I'm going to go ahead and show State's Exhibit 102 at this time. Is this the shirt that you're talking about?
Yes.
And are we looking, I believe you just said back, but I want to clarify, are we looking at the back or the front?
I don't think they're going to show us these pictures.
So you're looking at the back of the shirt up near the collar and the shoulder line seam.
So there's the shirt.
Let's go ahead and give you the laser pointer right now on the screen. If you move the mouse, you should be able to move that little red dot. And can you please show us where that defect is?
The dot's not moving in sync. But
it's a little slow.
I can't. It's not working.
Not working? Okay.
You want to do it the old-fashioned way and step down and show?
That would be fine. Or actually, Your Honor, let me just ask Dr. Duval. Let me ask if this is accurate.
Oh, the mouse
is that the defect that we're talking about?
There it is.
Sorry about that. And what I'd like to do is kind of zoom in on that spot here in State's Exhibit 102. Why is this defect significant to you in your determination that what the cause and the manner of death is for Luis Garcia?
Well, I do examine the clothing to look for defects like this. They frequently correspond in location and size with gunshot wounds or stab wounds. And this one does correspond to the gunshot wound that he sustained that was the cause of his death.
During the autopsy, when you are looking at Luis Garcia both externally and internally, kind of what's the order of events? What do you do first?
Well, the very first thing I do is take pictures before I touch anything. The as-is photographs, front and back, and document clothing that I just described. If there had been any medical intervention, resuscitation, I would document any treatment that was rendered. And at that point, clothing and treatment is removed. I examine the clothing in cases like this, or all cases. And then I look over the skin surface at that point for evidence of disease or injury.
And when you're looking over the surface, you said evidence of diseases or injury.
Yes.
Can you give us some examples?
Really anything. So an external exam of the body, I'm looking for scars and tattoos, but importantly injuries, whether they're abrasions, contusions, lacerations, gunshot wounds, stab wounds. I'm looking for anything, really.
And we're going to get to the full details in a moment, but what did you determine was the cause of death for Luis Garcia?
He died as a result of this gunshot wound, which perforated vital structures in his neck.
And what about his manner of death? You said before there are 5 different manners.
Yes, so his manner of death is homicide.
Other than the gunshot wound that he suffered to the back of his neck, did Luis appear to suffer any other sort of inflictions of force at or around the time of his death?
Oh, there were no other injuries at all.
Part of the photographs that you took, did you also take photographs of Luis's hands and arms?
Yes.
Okay. And for yourself as a forensic pathologist, what is a defensive wound?
So it's a wound that could be sustained when the victim is trying to defend themselves. So often it's to the hands or the forearms. If the victim is on the ground, they may be kicking to try and defend themselves. So it could even be legs or feet.
Did you see any sort of defensive wounds on Luis Garcia?
There were no other wounds.
I'd like to, in that case, I'd like to look through a couple different photos of Luis's arms and hands with you. So first I'd like to look at exhibits number 95 and 98. Do you recognize these as exhibit 95 on the left, the back of his right hand, and exhibit 98 on the right, which is the back of his left hand?
Yes.
Okay. And the mark that we see there on his left thumb, what is that?
So its medical term is a subungual hematoma, but you may know it as, I don't know, just bleeding under the nail.
Did that appear to at all be consistent with the time at which Luis Garcia would have died?
No, it looks like an older injury.
And now going to State's Exhibit 96 on the left and 99 on the right. Excuse me, a close-in photo of both of these. Now going to State's Exhibit 96 on the left and 99 on the right.
Preface these just to see if they're...
Do you recognize these as Luis Garcia's
I don't want gory pictures up.
right and left palms?
Yes.
No injury seen here either?
Correct.
Zoom in on those again. And then finally on State's Exhibit 97 on the left and Exhibit 100 on the right.
For you guys.
Excuse me, this one being State's Exhibit 97, do you recognize this as Luis Garcia's right forearm?
Yes.
Any injury seen here?
No.
State's Exhibit 100, his left forearm. Any injuries seen here?
No.
They're going very fast, but
what I'd like to do now is have you kind of explain to us about the gunshot wound that you saw to the back of the neck and the head. And again, if you need to refer to your reports, feel free at any time. Specifically, where was the entrance wound of this gunshot?
So there was a single gunshot wound that entered the back of really the base of the skull in the back where neck meets skull, behind his, couple inches behind his right ear. The exit wound was toward the front of the neck.
Towards the front of the neck?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, if I could please have Dr. Duvall step down from the witness stand for a brief moment. Yes, of course. Dr. Duvall, I'm going to place myself in your hands. If you could please similarly show the area on the back of my neck as to where the subject is.
So it's located at the base of the skull, where skull and neck meet, about 2 inches behind the bottom of the ear, and a little bit below that. So right in this area here.
Everybody see that? And the exit wound?
Up here. So it entered the right back of the upper neck and exited just under the jawline on the upper neck and the front on the left side.
Thank you very much. What was the shape of the entrance wound at the back of Luis's head?
It was a fairly round hole in the skin.
I'm going to show you now State's Exhibit 101. With regards to this, do you recognize this to be the entrance wound?
Yes.
I want to ask you a little bit about abrasion. Did you know that there was any sort of marginal abrasion about this wound?
Yes, so there's a little bit of scraping of the skin surface on the upper margin of this wound.
And what does that mean to you when you see that? What does that indicate to you?
I don't think they're going to show it.
Well, abrasion around the margin is very typical for entrance gunshot wounds, so it helps us differentiate entrance versus exit. The fact that it's eccentric, it's not all the way around the wound, suggests that the bullet is entering at an angle, or that the skin is not perfectly flat where the bullet entered.
What is the phrase stippling? What does that mean?
Stippling is a term we use interchangeably with tattooing. It refers to marks made by gunpowder particles that strike the skin. So it's a feature of what we classify, how we classify an intermediate gunshot wound, as opposed to close range or distant.
And finally, the phrase soot collar. What does that mean?
So soot is also discharged from the muzzle of a firearm when it's fired, and soot is the ash from gunpowder that's completely burned. Soot will dissipate very quickly, so it's not seen unless the range of fire is fairly close range.
Fairly closely. I'd like to zoom in here now on State's Exhibit 101. And this, inside the yellow box that we can see here on the screen on State's Exhibit 101, can you point out for us or describe for us where there is stippling, or what the little marks, how you see that?
So the stippling actually extends even beyond this box, but it's these...
They're not showing the picture, so I think we're safe.
Hold on, you're clicking the button.
Did I do that?
Yeah.
She tried to draw with the button.
There you go.
So the stippling refers to those tiny pinpoint marks that you're seeing on the skin surface surrounding that hole. And they're mostly toward the front of the body, like clustered behind the ear. There's more on the margin of the ear. There's a little bit along the jaw. So that's stippling. Those are marks made by gunpowder particles that didn't completely burn, that are coming out of the muzzle and striking the skin surface.
Means within 6 feet.
Do you mind coming off the stand one more time to help show us where these spots are? I'm having a hard time. I've seen the photo. Could you kind of describe for us again where we see some of that stippling?
Yes, so there are these coarser areas here. There's a lot of them clustered below the ear. There's a few along the margin of the ear.
So even outside of that area of the yellow box right now?
Yes.
Okay. And with regards to the phrase soot color, do we see anything of that here?
Yes, so the gray discoloration of the skin right around the defect, that's soot deposition.
Soot deposition. Let me zoom in here. Can you show us that soot deposition again?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a gray sort of smudge that you can see, not all the way around, but most of the way around the entrance.
It's a fair description. You can see it almost at like a 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and 9 o'clock.
Yes.
Thank you very much. With regards to this information, what does that tell you about how far away the end of the muzzle of the gun was that shot Luis Garcia?
So soot, as I mentioned, will dissipate pretty quickly. It's ash, it's very light. So the target has to be fairly close to the muzzle for that soot to be deposited on the skin surface. And there's literature about this and test firing different caliber weapons. And for most handguns, soot will be gone by 12 inches. So 12 inches between the muzzle end of the firearm and the skin surface.
And so at this point, you can say that it's within 12 inches. What the phrase contact wound, what does that mean?
So a contact gunshot wound is when the muzzle is up against the skin. There's no distance. It's tight contact or loose contact, but it's in contact with the skin.
And why is that not the case here with Luis Garcia? How is it that you know this is not a contact wound?
Because if this was a contact wound, all of that soot, all of those gunpowder particles would be injected into the body, not just the bullet. So I wouldn't see it outside the gunshot wound, entrance wound.
How far away from the entrance wound could the end of the muzzle have been?
So that stippling we talked about, that for most handguns goes out to a maximum of 2 feet, maybe a little more depending on the firearm and the caliber of the ammunition. So we're really in that, not zero, maybe a few inches to, since I still have soot, not much more than 12 inches. So that's the range.
So not a contact, but a few inches to not much more than 12 inches.
Correct.
After penetrating the skin, what did the bullet go through? What are the other structures in the body that the bullet went through?
So in this area behind the neck, there's a lot of muscle tissue that supports the head. And then the next structure that the bullet hit was the cervical spine, the neck, the cervical spine. It perforated that. The level is what we call C3, C4. There are 6 cervical vertebrae. This is sort of toward the upper part of the neck. The bullet, in the process, destroyed really the spinal cord in that area. Came out the other side and traveled through some more muscle tissue, the top of the esophagus, way in the back of the throat, and then traversed the muscle under the floor of the mouth before it exited just below the jawbone.
In your report, when you refer to the damage done to the spinal cord, do you use the term pulpify?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
I mean, it's a term we use. It just means destroyed. Really, the tissue has lost all integrity.
And when you say after going through the spinal cord, it exited out the front of the left of the neck where you pointed on me before, correct?
Yes, correct.
Showing United States Exhibit 103.
Gonna make sure they don't show this one on accident.
Is this that exit wound that you were talking about?
Yes.
Here, I know in the entry wound you said that there was some marginal abrasion. Did you note any marginal abrasion to the exit?
No, this is a very classic exit wound. It's very irregular, slit-like, doesn't have any marginal abrasion, wouldn't have any soot or stippling. That's a classic exit wound.
So, when you said that the bullet passed through Louis' spinal cord, what effect would that have had on him?
Immediate collapse, really. So you'd lose all motor control. It will also interfere with his ability to breathe because the nerves that control the diaphragm are in that, or emerge from that part of the spinal cord. So immediate difficulty or absence of breathing and immediate collapse.
So in terms of, why is that the problem in terms of breathing? Can you just kind of explain the mechanics of that for the jury?
Yeah, so the mechanics of breathing is that you have to contract the diaphragm, that sheet of muscle tissue that divides the abdomen from the chest. That has to contract in order to expand the volume of the chest cavity to generate the negative pressures you need to inhale. So this happens, automatically. You don't think about it, but if you don't have a diaphragm or it's not functioning, then that can't happen. You can't inhale.
What effect would this damage to his spinal cord have had on his heart?
So, I mean, all the nerves that are leaving the brain are essentially coming through the spinal cord. So all of his organs are going to be affected. The heart itself does have some innervation on its own that could potentially, keep the heart pumping. I don't know how effectively, but essentially his body would shut down very quickly.
And the heart would keep pumping, but without any oxygen in the lungs. What does that mean for the ability of the body to sustain itself?
It's not survivable, no.
Would Luis have made noises as he died?
I don't know. I mean, there would have been bleeding into his airway. He may have still had a gag reflex because that's a cranial nerve. It's not coming from the spinal cord. So it's possible there could have been some coughing efforts or noises.
Would he have been able to help himself in any way?
No.
And would he have been conscious?
He could have been conscious for a few seconds, several seconds.
This injury, this wound, is this consistent? That you found that it was a manner of death was homicide, correct?
Correct.
Why is this inconsistent then with a possible manner of death of suicide?
Well, it would be a very unusual location for a self-inflicted gunshot wound, and just the range here and the trajectory, it would just be very difficult, I won't say impossible, but extremely difficult to hold a firearm off the skin behind you and generate this same trajectory.
Would you have expected to see any sign of that or indications of that on his hands that would look through if he had done that?
Yeah, I mean, we do always examine the hands carefully before we do any washing or manipulation, and preserve the hands to look for evidence of gunshot residue or blood spatter on the hands that would indicate that the hands were in the vicinity of the firearm or in the vicinity of the wounds.
And you saw nothing on the hands, is that correct?
Correct.
Based on the injuries that you saw, can you be certain in doing your examination, where you do it there in the hospital suite, in the ward in the hospital, can you be certain what his body position was at the time that he was shot, whether he was standing or sitting or laying down? Do you know that from just looking at his body?
No, I can only tell you what the path through the body is.
And what, if anything, did you do to document that path through the body?
So when possible, I do use probes and take photographs of the probes. If I can connect the entrance wound and the exit wound, it just shows the line of flight of the bullet through the body. So not necessarily how it's traveling in space, but through the body.
And so did you take photographs of using that trajectory rod to be able to show that trajectory through the body?
Yeah.
Showing you now State's Exhibit 104. Can you explain what the phrase sagittal means?
So sagittal is one of the planes, anatomic planes. It's a vertical plane going straight through the body from down the center of the body.
So could we almost say that this is almost like a sagittal view of looking at one side of the body?
I'd say profile.
Profile.
We're going to get an X-ray here soon.
And also now looking at State's Exhibit 105. Do both of these photos accurately show the trajectory that the bullet went through Luis's body?
I'll show the X-rays.
They do. So the probe is passed through the wound path from entrance to exit. You're looking at the exit side, and it shows that the bullet going through the body is traveling from his back to his front, from his right to his left, and slightly downwards.
Right to left and slightly downwards?
Downwards if he's upright.
If he's upright. Finally, I'd like to ask about those X-rays that were taken. You had X-rays taken of Luis's head, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, and what did you find when you looked at those X-rays?
So on the X-ray, there is a small, very small bullet fragment, maybe a bullet jacket fragment, that was visible on the X-ray. That was located on the X-ray on the left side of the cervical spine.
I'd like to go ahead and now show you State's Exhibits 94A and then 94B. Starting with 94A. Is this one of those two X-rays that was taken?
Yes, we always take two views of the body, so this is a little bit rotated, but this is supposed to be front to back.
And I'd like to go ahead and zoom in now to a little bit closer on that same image. Now I'm going to go ahead and put a yellow, actually let me just ask you, can you see where those radio dense areas are the parts of the jacket that you found in the X-ray? You just describe for where they are on this image.
Yeah, well, there's really one fragment that you can, well, I can clearly see.
Yep.
So it's toward the bottom of the photograph. It corresponds to the left side of the cervical spine, the neck bones.
Left side of the cervical spine, is that on the left or the right side of the image that we're looking at?
Right side of the image.
Okay, but it's on the left side of the cervical spine?
Yes.
Okay. And let me ask you, is this arrow accurately showing that fragment?
Yes.
And now looking at State's Exhibit 94B, can you see the fragment in this photo as well?
Yes.
And does this yellow arrow accurately reflect the location of that fragment?
Yes.
Same spot, left cervical spine. So we're looking at one fragment. We're just seeing it from two different views. Is that right?
Right. So this side view tells you how deep in the body it is, and the front back view, the previous view, shows you if it's right or left. So it's toward the left side of his cervical spine, but a little bit in front.
Was that during the autopsy? I guess from the looks of it, are we talking about a very large piece of metal, or are we talking about a very small piece of metal?
So the X-rays magnify things. It's a flat piece, because you're seeing just an edge of it here. It's about the size of a filling, because you can sort of correlate it with the fillings in the teeth. Yeah.
Was that piece able to be recovered?
No.
As part of your examination, did it include looking at these particular x-rays before you came to your determination of cause and manner of death?
Yes, so I always take x-rays very early in the exam when the body is still dressed and we haven't manipulated anything.
So just, I guess, once again for the jury, what exactly was the cause of death for Luis Garcia?
He died as a result of this gunshot wound through his neck.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
Thank you. At this time, I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Let's see if they turn the lights on here. They had the lights off for the pictures. We did not hear anything about time of death. Zero.
Were you going to use the screen?
No, I'm not.
Okay, we can turn that back on.
Aziz, lights. See if this messes with the camera, so it's going to be super bright here.
Morning. Still morning with a few minutes here. Just have a few questions for you, Doctor. From conducting your autopsy, you weren't able to form any conclusion as to the time of Mr. Garcia's death?
No.
And from conducting your autopsy, you did indicate that you looked at his hands carefully?
Yes.
For gunpowder residue?
Yes.
And didn't see any?
Correct.
You indicated that the cause of death was a single gunshot wound?
Yes.
You don't know who fired that gun?
No.
And you don't know what time that gun was fired?
No.
No further questions. Anything based on that?
Nothing based on that, Your Honor. No redirect. We'd ask the witness to be excused.
And she's gone.
Dr. Duval,
State's
be excused.
State's fixing your rest.
We could just have a moment, please.
This is crazy if they're going to be done. She wouldn't have known who fired the gun. She's the wrong one there, but she might have been able to give us some time of death information. Chris, we're waiting. The medical examiner just testified very quickly. Basically, homicide, single gunshot wound to the neck was cause of death.
Your Honor, this time the state rests.
Boom! They did! They rested.
We're going to adjourn for lunch.
They rested.
A little bit early here, so we're going to take a little extra time. Come back at 1 o'clock. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Do not do any independent research.
Who called that?
And we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. All rise for the jury.
Judy, state fixing to rest. State fixing to rest. Judy, you nailed it. I thought it was funny, but they just did. They're like, oh, I think we're good. I don't know what to think.
All right, be seated.
Let's hear what the defense plan is for schedule.
All right, the state is rested. We're still on the record.
Everyone's pouring water. Is there a motion here to dismiss or for a summary judgment or?
One moment, Your Honor. Sorry. The defense does have a motion.
Let's hear it.
Your Honor, at this point, I would move to dismiss both indictments on the grounds that the state has not put forward sufficient evidence to cause or to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, even when viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. I have some arguments that go towards both indictments. I'll start there, and then I have an argument specific to one indictment, and I'll end with that. Regarding both charges, Your Honor, essentially, there was evidence that Mr. Garcia died from a single gunshot wound. There was evidence that there was a gun that could have fired that bullet found in the residence. Brandon was found in the residence, and we have a purely circumstantial case. As the court is aware, in a circumstantial case, if there are any possible conclusions consistent with innocence, it is legally insufficient to establish guilt. What we have here are circumstantial, at least possible rational conclusions consistent with innocence, and therefore it is not enough for the state to have proven its case. There was no testimony regarding any of Brandon's whereabouts that entire day. There was testimony that he potentially had a car. He certainly had the ability to walk. There was no testimony that Brandon was in the house at any particular point in time other than when he was found there. No testimony to eliminate whether anyone else came or went at any point. No testimony to indicate that Brandon had fired a gun. No evidence that would establish that. No tests for GSR, for example. That was the GSR kit was collected. No evidence that it was ever tested. In fact, I believe the evidence was clear that it was not tested. And so there's simply not enough evidence for the state to sustain its burden on either charge. Regarding specifically charge ID 1674110C, that's the reckless charge. The evidence is insufficient to show that there were circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to the value of human life, and for that reason, that charge must also be dismissed. Or that's an additional reason why that charge must be dismissed.
Thank you, please, Your Honor.
Question for the defense while you're thinking about that. If it's just one element, do you, with respect to that charge, do you agree that the lesser included offense of manslaughter would survive? If it's insufficient proof on just one evidence and you're just left with recklessly causing the death of another, that's manslaughter.
Let me just look at the statute for a moment before I answer that question, Your Honor.
Wow, that would take it from second degree down to manslaughter with the lesser included.
There's a case that says it.
Judy was paying attention. They did say 4 witnesses yesterday. I thought there were going to be 4 witnesses today, and then...
Yes, I would agree that that is a lesser included.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Gotti.
Okay, so they can't dismiss the whole case. It would go to manslaughter at the worst case scenario.
Your Honor, obviously the state objects with regards to this. The evidence taken in the light most favorable to the state shows that in this case it is this defendant who knowingly and or recklessly, or perhaps even though it is not alleged, intentionally shot and killed Luis Garcia. The evidence that you've heard about him being at the home is that from Castiglione that he did not have transportation that was there. He believed that Betty's car had been returned ahead of time. Even then, Mr. Castiglione testified that his son was at home
who was supposed to be at home. He was not supposed to be hanging out with friends or going to anything like church activities until in the evenings or on the weekends. We've heard from the testimony from Tamara Hester here today, as well as from Mark Castiglione, as well as from Patricia Garcia, about the timing of this event, about Luis Garcia's last phone call being made at 7:45 in the morning and ending at 8:28, about the 9:30 phone call that starts from Mark Castiglione to get a hold of Luis. Luis typically picks up. He did not pick this up, and we saw every single one of those other phone calls where Luis did not respond. You're looking at a narrow time frame of between 7:45 to 9:30, and at that point something's already wrong. We're talking about a key that was found underneath a mat, the key which was found by Danielle Padovano, not knowing where it was because, as Mark Castiglione said, that key was not regularly kept under the mat, only on the days that Luis was going to be working there. Even she did not know where that was. And for them, in the testimony heard about them trying to get a hold of both the defendant and Luis Garcia, only to discover that the house is locked and sealed up. The photographs speak for themselves about the condition of the house, as does the testimony of Danielle Padovano, the defendant's sister, as well as Frances Pestana, the defendant's grandmother, about the abilities to get a hold of anybody that was in the house. When we talk about the issues of act, it is clear that Luis Garcia was shot in that particular room. One handgun that is there, consistent with the one bullet casing that is on the floor, that bullet casing being a 9mm Fiocchi, which the testimony of the lab analyst was that is a more rare brand, all copper brand, something that she hadn't seen before, of a very light weight. Usually on the box, according to that, were approximately 92 grams. The bullet itself weighing approximately 88 grams. And we just heard testimony from Dr. Duvall that the radiograph showed that there was a small piece of what appeared to be the bullet jacketing still in the left cervical area of Luis Garcia, accounting for the spent bullet on the floor being the one that the one that went through him. In addition to that, Your Honor, when we talk about the idea of an act, and that act being intentional, the testimony we've heard is that that handgun is in a locked case, in a locked cabinet, and next to the defendant's bed, that even the defendant's own father doesn't have a key for. That locked cabinet has gone into, the box has come out, the gun has been loaded, the defendant's fingerprints are on the slide of the gun, and that gun is the gun that was fired. The testimony you heard today with regards to other shell casings that were tested there, which, as I believe the jury will be able to see clearly from the testimony of Trooper Elsmiller, were rimfire cartridges that don't even match the style of the gun. So the individual who fired that weapon, who took Luis Garcia's life, when we talk about the intent of that individual, we talk not only about the gun, but we also talk about the fact that this is a defendant who is well familiar with this firearm. He has owned it. We've heard testimony that he's gone shooting with it with Luis Garcia within a couple of days prior to this, or at least within a couple of weeks prior to this event. That shows that it is not an accident. That shows that it is not a mistake. And that shows that with a gun owner who has shot that weapon before, to have shot Luis Garcia in that room at that time, while Luis is apparently sanding the wall, that act was more than mere recklessness. That is an act that is done with extreme indifference to the value of human life. There is no indication of any alcohol use or any impairment by anybody here. So the idea that there could be an effect on the individual in forming that intent due to alcohol or drugs has not been presented in this case. That is not the evidence here. So as a result, we feel that both the act and the intent have been established and that the state can meet its burden of proof.
How does the state rule out then that
questions
like an accidental pulling of the trigger or some accidental shooting, some lesser mental state, like negligence or something like that? How do you rule out that they're not in the room talking to each other and he's fiddling with the gun and it goes off and shoots him? I mean, it makes a big difference, wouldn't you agree?
I think, Your Honor, if there was testimony that this defendant was brand new to firearms, this was not his firearm, an unfamiliar firearm, a firearm that he hadn't shot, a firearm that he hadn't shot recently, a firearm that he hadn't been to the range with this exact same individual. You also heard about not only the trajectory of that particular shot, going through Luis Garcia at a slightly downward angle, him being 5'7",
and the features of the gun that are safety features. Think about the trigger. First of all, we know this gun is not susceptible to jar off, but also with regards to that trigger. It's a two-part trigger that involves the finger to be fully in to hold that trigger to make it fire. This is not an accidental whoops. This is not messing around. We have a fully loaded firearm that you're seeing in magazine there. Not negligence and not recklessness.
With respect to the second argument that he made about the recklessly under circumstances that manifest an extreme indifference to the value of human life, most of the extreme indifference cases that are in the reported opinions involve evidence that of conduct, direct conduct immediately around the cause of death, such as forcing sticks and branches down a victim's throat until they die, or multiple stab wounds to extremities and leaving someone out in the woods to die. Those circumstances. Here, what's the quantum of proof that the state should have to survive a motion to dismiss with respect to circumstances manifesting extreme indifference? Because as I briefly discussed yesterday, really the evidence you have of circumstance is the discharge of a gun. Is that enough for the state as a matter of law to survive on a motion to dismiss?
What you have in addition to that, Your Honor, and I believe that Your Honor is well familiar with a matter, State versus Robert Yap, which was, I know, directed for both sets of counsel to look at. You also have the actions of the defendant after the fact. So if you think about that particular case, you have a defendant whose actions afterwards show and dictate what his intent was that didn't have the extreme indifference to the value of human life. First of all, not only do we consider then his inebriation, which is a huge relative factor in regards to whether extreme indifference.
You mean in that case?
In that case, yes, in that case. You had intoxication in that case. But then you look at the location of the wound, the nature of the wound, and then also what his actions were afterwards. Here, Luis Garcia gets shot in the back of the head while he's in the middle of a sanding project or painting project that's on that wall. So he doesn't see this coming. This is not a situation where two people are in an active conversation about the gun. But then again, once the behavior of the defendant after that occurs, the behavior of the defendant is not to seek help. The behavior of the defendant is not to respond to phone calls, to go walking down the street, to even put his shoes on to go outside. No, at some point the behavior of the defendant is that the front door is locked again and he stays there for 5 hours. That is another indication that it's extreme indifference to the value of human life.
Okay. I'll tell you what, on the facts, I mean, applying the standard that I have to apply, the motion to dismiss is denied with respect to both counts. I think it's a closer factual call, but with respect to a legal requirement, I believe that the jury's, the analysis that the defense makes essentially asks me to weigh facts, and that's for the jury to do. I think there's a sufficient amount of evidence to survive, given all inferences in favor of the non-moving party in this case. Given a combination of the physical evidence and the circumstantial evidence, and it'll be up to the jury to determine whether or not rational explanations consistent with innocence have been excluded. But I haven't seen a reckless second-degree case quite like this. Okay, so the motion's denied based on that, given the standard I'd have to apply and the evidence that's before the record. Although, I don't think Trooper Ellesmere testified that those were rimfire cartridges. I think she couldn't identify what they were, other than they were not consistent with the rounds that she found that were 9mm. So careful with that. I don't think she could identify them as rimfires. Although it was a good try. So anyway, we're going to adjourn now for an hour. Do you anticipate calling Trooper Sloper?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
They're just going to rest. They're just going to leave it. What do you
Okay, why don't we come up here and go off the record?
They're going off the record, which means we're going to go. We have an hour break. And we get the exit sign. Boom, there it is. Okay, we're gonna stare at the exit sign for exactly that long. Oh my goodness! The judge is basically saying this is the closest I've ever come to dismissing the case, Okay, but I have to look at this in the facts most favorable to the state. And you've presented some evidence that goes towards something. The weight of the evidence might be very light, but that's something for the jury to consider. So barely, I'm not going to dismiss these two charges. And he asked the question, he's like, how in the world do you get past, these obstacles, these legal obstacles, these hurdles? Where do you get there? And so it sounds to me like they're determining the cause of death or the time of death. I realized we just came from Murdaugh trial and they did the same thing. But the time of death seems to be established entirely based on when Luis stopped answering his cell phone, which is bizarre to me because we've had testimony from witnesses that says when he's painting, when he's working, he doesn't answer his phone. But that's what they're basing the time of death on, when he stopped answering his cell phone. We've got someone who may, I'm surprised from the defense standpoint, he may have walked into the room, been completely surprised by this. Somebody had gotten to his gun. Somebody who may have left the key out, gotten his gun, shot Louise, left the house. Okay. Locked the door behind them. There's a key outside. Could have happened. I don't know, but there's a possibility. It would not be absurd to say these sort of events could happen, but he shows up on the scene. He's a very religious person. Immediately, he goes into A, shock, and B, starts praying, as he is wont to do for long periods of time. And along comes, family, walks in and says, "Oh, Brandon's down. That we have a dead guy as well. Call the police. Brandon's guilty." Brandon never, to my knowledge, he never spoke to the police about anything. Now, honestly, do I think he did it? I'm leaning towards yes. But has the state proven it? And I would say no. No. Rachel Lee Crates, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here as a member. You figured it out. Wonderful to have you here. Where exactly did the bullet enter the back of the neck? Towards the side. Okay, so let me show you on me. It would be, this is, the chair's in the way, right? It's going to be back over here. Okay. On the right side, it's going to be the back over here, and it's going to come out on the left jaw, like up here. So it's going to go right through the neck that way. And it did leave one of those petals from the bullet, from that when it mushrooms, one of the petals of that little flower mushroom remained in his neck. I think it was forward and on the, I don't know, right side or left side. I don't remember. This makes a little more sense as to why Brandon, as a pro se guy, filed a motion to dismiss the charges earlier, saying there's no evidence that I did this. Will be not guilty or hung, says Lisa. I think the jury will find him not guilty. If he didn't do it, why not say who did? Well, Lisa, yes, we can look at that and say, well, why not tell us what really happened? Why don't you hear your story? But he does not have the burden of proof. There's no requirement for him to say, hey, it wasn't me. This is actually what happened. Instead, the state has that burden of proof. They have to come to everybody and say, look, this is what happened. We're spelling it out. Here's the evidence. We can prove this in court. We're going to close the poll just a little bit. We closed it right now. I got ahead of myself. Looks like 85% of us think that the state may not have met that burden of proof in this case. That is, this is the first time we've had one like this. We're sitting here saying there's something else we're not hearing. There's something in this case, we're missing something. We felt this way all the way through. They're like, why aren't they asking these other questions? Why aren't we getting the rest of the information? Apparently there was no other information. This is all the state had. Why didn't they run the DNA test? Diet Coke Mama, that would do it. If they had gunshot residue, and they had tested his hands, they swabbed his hands for gunshot residue, and they had tested it. That, to me, that is not circumstantial evidence. That is direct evidence that we have a gun that was fired. We have residue on the hands that links him to the gunshot, not just the fact that he owned the gun. That's why his fingerprints could be there. The fingerprints just on their own is not enough for me to say, yep, he did it, because where they were on the gun, they're where they'd normally be if you were handling it, washing it, cleaning it, admiring it, checking its functionality, whatever, shooting it previously. We have testimony that he shot this gun many times, that he's gone all over the place shooting this gun at ranges. Of course his fingerprints are going to be on the gun. That to me is not the man, I don't know. We need some soothing music. Does somebody have some good let's see. Some softer music. Let's try We can do this first. Okay. Deep breath, everybody. Deep breath. And I've only got sad piano music. That's not appropriate. Yeah. I don't know. We'll wait. Okay, so while this is going on, it looks like I really think that the defense may just go ahead and rest right here. They realize that they almost got it dismissed without doing a thing other than cross-examining a few witnesses briefly. I think it was an accident. He started to pray for the man, but state hasn't proved anything. Tower Hill Girl, the one thing that does not seem as an accident is the slightly, they said downward angle. So it came through the neck, upper in the neck, and then out the jaw. So a slightly downward angle, which means the gun would have to be, for that to be right. Well, no. We never got a directional impact rod on the indentation on the wall, which would be important if they were able to, they were able to detect there was an indentation on the wall. But if they could say which direction the bullet was traveling when it hit the wall, that would give us an idea of where Lewis was in relation to that. So if he was like up higher and bent down over, then someone would have to be really up high behind them to fire a shot into his neck. If he was down low and it came up, then the gun could be almost anywhere. Man, where his body ended though, sort of it would have. He might have been off balance as well. He might have been standing on a step stool because that was found right there as well by his feet. Lots of things. My goodness, this one is going to bug me. Okay, let's see your questions. How in the world did the state think they had a strong case? Well, they've got a dead body and a gun. It's hard to not charge someone when you have a dead body and a gun, especially when there's someone else found at the scene. But we've got lunch right now. We've got a break. We also have Lori Vallow on a verdict watch, which I'm watching for, frantically checking for updates. Not seeing any yet. I'm sure you guys will let me know as well. I'm going to turn the sounds on just in case the buffer noise has to be played. Let's see. I'm not seeing anything as far as, man. I am flabbergasted at this one. Etom says, what if someone had grabbed the shell case from downstairs, shot the guy, and Brandon came out with his gun after hearing a gunshot, set it down once he realized he was dead, and collapsed? Okay, so Etoms, let me play through the limited, very limited evidence we have in this case. Let me run it against your scenario here. If someone grabbed a shell case from downstairs, meaning a round that was consistent with what Luis had fired, that way you would have a Fiocchi, I think it's Fiocchi brand bullet, which they do have, shot the guy, and Brandon came out with his gun after hearing a gunshot. Okay, so we need to explain then the problem that would have to be explained in that scenario, Etoms, is the one shell casing that was on the floor is consistent with being shot from Brandon's gun. There was one shell casing found there. Now we realize that there were also spent shell casings from a .22 caliber gun in a gun case on the floor. If that is the case, there could have also been a spent 9mm shell casing in that gun case that could have been removed and placed on the floor as evidence to sort of pin the tail on Brandon. So yes, is that a stretch? A little bit. Is it probable? Probably not. Is it possible? Yes. Does it introduce enough doubt in your mind? 12 inches away is deliberate, not accidental. Right. The distance is, and that was confirmed by the gunshot residue or the powder burn, that the ME said it was within 2 feet. We've heard testimony as much as 6 feet, depending on which ME is testifying. And the type of gun also plays into that as well. Okay. Let's see, who was it that Etoms. So for that scenario, you would have to have somebody else that placed a spent shell casing that had been fired through Brandon's 9mm at the crime scene. That would be a hard one for me to get over. Maybe Garcia shot himself on accident. The direction of the shot, he would have to have. I mean, think of this: a firearm that is generally. I mean, that gun is roughly what, 8 to 10 inches long, and it would have to be held in such an angle behind you to be pointed in the back of your neck. And I'm not sure how flexible you guys are. I currently do not have the flexibility to be able to hold something pointed at myself like a pistol, like you would have to, even if you were holding it sort of reversed with your thumbs pulling the trigger. I don't have the flexibility to probably pull that one off. They never retrieved the actual bullet from Garcia and never compared it to the gun or the spent shell casings found. So the model wife, we did get a little bit of information. We know that they found a bullet that had impacted the wall but had not entered the drywall. And it was on the ground, on the tarp, basically next to the body on the floor. It had gone through Garcia, hit the drywall, but had not entered the drywall, and it fell off. So it's remarkable. That just enough force to do that, because drywall is pretty soft. That shell case, or that bullet, was missing one of the petals or the flowers of the mushroom effect, as the copper bullet it's not jacket, it's full copper. It's striated to mushroom and tear and sort of bloom and peel back in a certain way. And that little piece that was missing was found in his neck. So that would be consistent that was the bullet. That would be very difficult to stage and have those two match up, even though they didn't recover the piece out of his neck, which she said she wasn't able to. They're able to, but she just didn't. There's something the family's not saying. What if someone came in and Brandon was target and shot the wrong person? Do Brandon and victim look alike? They were about 2 inches different in height. I have not seen a lot of pictures of the victim in this case, so it's possible they could have been confused. If that was the case, okay, let's just throw. First of all, this is completely hypothetical. I'm not trying to throw someone under the bus. Let's say Dad was involved, right? Let's say Dad shot Lewis. In this hypothetical situation, Dad knows where the gun is. It's not unreasonable to think Dad knows where the key is. Dad knows where the ammo is. He's shot the gun before. He has familiarity with firearms. He shoots Lewis and does it in a manner that makes Brandon look like the suspect. What we don't have is we would need to know from Dad's testimony, which I think we had audio cutting out during, which may be there and maybe not. Time frames of when Dad left, what his alibi is. But I think he was at work. But that would give us somebody who has access to lock the door with the key behind him. Brandon might be traumatized by the events and come in and, maybe Brandon did or didn't see it. It doesn't matter for the scenario. But then Brandon's the fall guy for this. Bring the burner phone with you to lunch so you can be reached. Last time we were freaking out, says Lindy. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. I'm actually waiting to see if Nicole will call. Let's see. Let me check and see if she's said anything. Let's see. She hasn't said anything yet. We've talked back and forth this morning, but I don't know what her time frame is. So Long Crime they're playing the closing arguments. That's on the Lori Vallow trial. Maybe it was his sister. What was her alibi? She showed up about the same time the grandma did, but we don't know where she was before that. That wasn't. They didn't go into that. She apparently didn't know there was a key. She was throwing the acorns at the window, saying, "Hey," trying to get attention of people. Plus, the barrel of gun was 12 inches away. I see no family member sitting on his side. It's strange. It is. That is very strange. There was easy access to the house. The key was under the front door. There's a chance someone got in and out easily, but I don't know. Doesn't look complex to me anyway. One scenario that was talked about was the Brandon trying to stop self-inflicted harm. That one seems strange to me. I don't see somebody showing up to work and to help. I mean, this guy was all over the place. He was answering calls from everybody. He was helping. He was very active in the church. had his fingers in a lot of pies, and it just seems strange to think that. I mean, I realize people can suffer in silence from mental illness and from depression and things like that. So just because he's been active doesn't mean that he wasn't, under a lot of stress internally. The stepson set him up. I'd say that's going to be the hardest one for me. There seems to be nothing prior to this event between the two families, and it's only after this event that the stepson got angry. The families used to go to dinner together at the Garcias all the time, and it was all cool. Everything was good. I think hearing from Brandon might be, if he's not guilty, hearing from Brandon and giving his scenario facts, if it matches, okay, we don't have to believe Brandon, right? We don't have to actually believe him and say, but if his story and everything he says fits perfectly with the evidence we have, and he says, this is what I did. I was out for a run. I came home. The door was open. I'm like, that's weird. I came in, unlocked the door, came in, went upstairs, went up to the bedroom. I'm like, why is my gun sitting on the floor? Hey, Luis, what's going on? I go in and I see Luis on the floor, and I collapsed in prayer. Okay, if he can convincingly tell that story, even if we don't believe him, if it fits with the evidence, I think that's reasonable doubt. This is Brandon's the fall guy for this word. I don't know. I think odds are he probably did it. Odds are he probably did it because it seems to lean that direction, but the state has not proved it. And if the state can't prove it, I do not believe he should go to jail for this, even if he did it. Why would the dad leave a key if Brandon was supposed to be home? The key was new. Nobody knew about the key except for the dad and Lewis. But if Lewis shows up and uses the key and someone sees him use the key, someone driving by, they might follow him in. There's so much missing from this case. Key pieces of evidence the police just didn't bother to sort out. We're fishing a little bit. I am, but here's the problem. Randy, the piece I needed the police to do was test the gunshot residue that they took off his hands. Now, it's possible if there was a long period of time, 5 hours, between when the gun was fired to when they tested him, it's possible he could have run and washed his hands. But it sounds like the police are also saying that he was there praying for 5 hours, that he would pray for hours at a time, and that was normal. So it's very likely that he, from the moment he either discovered the body or shot Luis, was in that position. He just put the gun down and left it there. Got the burner phone call coming. Let's see who we got here.
Call from Brittany. To accept.
Hey, Brittany, this is Recovery Addict. What's on your mind today?
Hi. I know you're waiting on Brandy to call, so I'll be quick.
Oh, you're good.
But I wanted to say I was raised in the Pentecostal religion.
Yeah.
I'm no longer, but I know a lot about it. And it is not outside of the possibilities for him to have been so deep into prayer that he couldn't hear things. Like it's such a deep meditation.
Yeah, they called it deep
and
prayer.
And they also,
right?
Yes, deep prayer.
Okay.
Like you're zoning everything out but you and God. Mm-hmm. And it's also not outside the possibilities because there's a deep-seated belief in healing. Mm-hmm. And he very well could have thought, like, say he thought he was an intruder, accidentally shot him, let's say. He could have truly, in his belief, believed he could have prayed him back to life.
Okay. So a faith healing, right, is what that
I'm
would
not
be.
saying that's right or wrong.
Yeah, but
yes,
I understand. There are religions that believe that God will protect them and can fix things, whether it's a broken
yes.
limb, a snake bite from a poisonous serpent.
Yes.
That's a
yes.
strongly held belief in some of these religions. Okay, so
in Pentecostal, that's very deep seated at a very young age.
So for you, when you look at this
So
case,
that's why.
do you see still
Mhm.
reasonable doubt?
Oh, definitely. Definitely. I mean, I do, just because from my own life experience, I can almost see what he was doing.
Yeah.
Like, I've seen people pray that way. I have experienced it. So
I can tell you that I can be playing the guitar or something, doing something I love, and I can tune thinking someone out, and then my wife will say like, "Hey, are you listening to me?" I'm like, "Yeah." You know what you said? I said, "I asked you 4 times something, and I didn't hear it." I was like, "Oh, sorry, I was somewhere else mentally."
And that's how I was trying to explain it. Like, you're blocking everything.
Yeah.
So acorns hitting a window is really nothing. And the position that he was praying in is very common.
And they kept saying it was fetal position. He wasn't probably.
It's
Was he
not.
laying
It's-
on his side, or was he more of kneeling, sort of crouched?
No. Like kneeling and then leaning forward, probably.
Okay.
Like, oh, my tummy hurts kind of thing.
Okay.
Leaning forward. But someone explained it like the Islamic faith, how they bow forward.
But their hands
It's
are
that
usually
kind
more
of
extended.
motion.
Would this be?
Right. His probably were together praying.
Okay.
In a prayer.
More
type
powerful stance with the hands together, closer to the body. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I don't know. I honestly, in my heart, I'd probably say I think he did it. Okay, I think he did it, but I don't think the state's proven this. I realize.
No, I don't either. And
yeah.
And I know they don't have to prove motive either, but still, it's just.
Yeah, there's nothing.
I don't know.
The best they have is they argued over
Nothing.
Bible scripture, and I realize people can get passionate over interpretations of Bible scripture. They've done that for
Right.
since we had the Bible to read. Okay, people have argued about what it meant, so that can happen. But
Right.
but that's a weak motive, I think, to me, to say, and they don't need to prove motive. But if that's all they've got, it's like, are we sure we're going down the right path with this?
I mean, I can buy that he was messing with his gun and it went off, and calling the police to him would have been futile. Getting on his hands and knees is what would have.
Yeah, that's
fixed
he
the
was
situation.
reaching out to the higher power, not necessarily the law,
Right.
but to someone who actually could fix it in his mind.
Right, right.
Brittany, thank you for explaining this. I realize you texted me as well. I'm glad you called. I appreciate that. I did read your text, even though I didn't respond.
No problem.
But yeah, your insight into
No.
this, it does seem to. It makes more reasonable doubt for me, because it explains his behavior as far as why he would be there praying, why he could be there praying maybe for hours even, and why he didn't call the police. I don't think the state's met the burden here. I mean, I realize that I think the judge was right in not dismissing it, but hopefully the jury will hold the state to the standard they should. Man.
I know. I hope so too. We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll
This
hang
is
in
why
there.
we
Thank
watch.
you so
Oh my
much.
goodness. Thank you, Brittany. Thank you for calling. I appreciate you. We'll see you later.
All
right.
Have a good
Bye.
evening. Bye.
Man, Dad could have done it and then gone to work. No time of death. Right, babe. We don't have the only thing we know was the last call he answered, which was from Eddie, right? Minister Eddie or Brother Eddie. And so if that call happened after we had established that the dad was at work, then we'd have an issue where the dad couldn't be involved. And I'm not saying the dad is. We're all tossing hypotheticals around here. But looking at this as a juror member, we sort of have to look at other reasonable explanations for what could have happened. And are we convinced beyond a reasonable doubt? Do we hesitate to act because of what we don't know? Okay, let's see. This is just some good stuff. Hey, Mrs. R.A., looks good. Love the outfit. Is that a new one? Yeah. Looks awesome. No one else can see it, but you look great.
Thanks.
She's got a new shirt. Looks snazzy. I think it's salmon colored. Might be salmon colored. Did they prove he was actually shot with that gun? Did I miss that? I thought they said it could have been that gun. Jennifer, you're right. But this is common. When a bullet is fired, it goes through, first it goes through the barrel and it receives those rifling marks, which if it's captured in a soft surface like water, those rifling marks are very well preserved, and you can match it back to the gun, and it fits together like a puzzle. It's just seamless. It's like, oh look, it's a perfect fit. But then if it's fired into something else that's, say, more firm, like somebody's body, and it passes through bone and flesh and things like that, it mushrooms, first of all, so it curls out. It changes its shape.
If B didn't know a key was out and he was asleep when Dad went to work, maybe B was startled by someone in the house and shot him thinking it was an intruder.
Okay, so Leslie, let me talk about that right after the bullet here. The bullet gets warped. It tumbles in the body. The forces that are on it as it's going through the body and it's tumbling, which happens very quickly, can wear off the striations, can change things, can smooth off some of those distinct marks and grooves that were caused by the firing. And as such, it's very difficult to say this is the exact bullet that matches up with this gun. But they can say, it looks pretty close. It looks like it could be, but I just can't say it's that exact one. And that's what they did. I think in this case, they've got the bullet casing, okay, the shell that held the bullet. They know that it was fired from that gun. They have a bullet, and they say it was the right brand. I think they've got a pretty good match. It would be quite a stretch to say somebody's going to say, oh, I'm going to find out what kind of ammunition he has, exact copper, Fiocchi, 9mm ammunition. I'm going to shoot them with that. I'm going to get my own Glock 19 and use that to commit the murder so that it will, look like it's his gun. And then I'm going to get one of his shells and put it there. That's a stretch for me. Leslie Ann says, if B didn't know a key was out and he was asleep when Dad went to work, maybe B was startled by someone in the house and shot him thinking it was an intruder. If he did, then we've got manslaughter. Okay, we don't have first-degree murder. Or second degree in this case, I think is what they're going for. I think that goes down to manslaughter, where he thought he was defending himself. And, it's just a different charge. And I could read you what the state says on this one. Let's see, not that picture. Let's go back to where are we at for? I think it was over here. Let's see, manslaughter in New Hampshire. It says a person is guilty of manslaughter when he causes the death of another under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance caused by extreme provocation, but which could be otherwise constitute murder, or recklessly. Manslaughter shall be punished, so maybe not. Let's see. That recklessly would be different. Let's see how that compares to just the murder too. Let's see. Second degree murder in New Hampshire says a person is guilty of murder in the second degree if he knowingly causes the death of another, so he knew he was killing them, or he causes such death recklessly under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to the value of human life. Such recklessness and indifference are presumed if the actor caused the death by use of a deadly weapon in the commission of another crime. I'm not seeing it. It wouldn't be reckless. Well, it could be reckless if I don't know. Maybe it would still be second degree murder, but he might have a defense to that, meaning he was defending his home. It was self-defense. But it was the back of the head, the back of the neck. I don't know. Wow, this gives us a ton to think about here. Just a ton. Let's see. We've got some more questions here. Thank you, Cass. She's the love of my life. She's amazing. Verdict watch in the Lori Vallow trial. Yes, we are watching that too. We're also looking to see if Nicole Mobley may be able to call in today. I'm waiting. She's supposed to call me on the phone first, and then we'll connect over Zoom. But she was having a late start this morning. Let's see, where are we? Let's keep an eye on the feed here. Not much of an update on the Lori Vallow verdict. This is from Brian Enton on Twitter. I do know the jurors took a break after about an hour of deliberating this morning. All of us are sitting in the courtroom waiting. And he says the courtroom is basically full. It's completely full. Okay. We'll keep an eye on that as well. We'll flip over to Brandy's channel if that verdict comes in. But we might have 2 verdicts in one day. Let's see, for me, the state presented close to nothing. Class will come to order. Recklessly could be accidental. You don't shoot an intruder in the back of the head. Most states look at that and say there has to be a threat. As somebody's fleeing, you usually can't shoot them because there's no threat to you at that point. And I believe every state in the U.S. allows you to defend yourself. You can defend your life. So if there's an active threat coming at you, you can shoot them. But as they're running away, the state would look at that and say, where was the threat? Why would you have to take that if the threat was literally running from you? Do you think the minister came to Brandon and that's why he shot him? There hasn't been any testimony of that. I know there's a lot of speculation along those lines, but I haven't heard anything as to that fact. House had to be locked because the knob didn't work, so the only way to shut it was to deadbolt. Brandon would have locked it upon entering. Key and Matt was Lewis and Dad, not Brandon. So Brandon could have been gone. He could have been gone and walked in on that room where somebody else had used his firearm, say with gloves, fired a shot, put the gun down, walked out. Brandon gets home, locks the door because it's open behind him, walks in and finds Lewis. Let's see. Man, that's okay. All right. I don't think anyone's been timed out today. I might be reading an old message. If you're timed out, send me a message. We'll make sure nothing happened accidentally. Okay, same in England. There was a farmer 20 years ago who shot a burglar who was convicted because he shot him as the burglar was walking away from him. Yeah, England also has England's even harder for self-defense, Ashley, from my experience over there. Not that I went through the legal system for this, but what I understand from being over there is that oftentimes you can only use the level of self-defense that matches the level of threat coming towards you. Now, England, gun ownership is almost a zero. Most guns that are still owned, it would be like a shotgun owned by a farmer, has a certain amount of land. Most guns would be kept that are owned are kept at a gun range and stored there, and you could go and shoot. Very few people own firearms there, other than some criminals. But if you were to use say someone came at you with their fists and you were to defend yourself with a knife, in England, they would look at that and say like, yeah, that's not equal. That's not equal. Correct me if I'm wrong there. Hopefully they've fixed that law. The fact we were speculating this much at the end of the state's case is concerning, says Liz Jane. They need to meet the burden. Richard says, my hypothesis is that Brandon may be guilty, but the family feels like it was mentally over his head, and this was an extraordinary event and not bound to repeat it. Why is the family not sitting on his side? Richard, does that bother you? Why does the family not have that show of support? And is that possibly related to their strong religious beliefs, where thou shalt not kill being a commandment in the Bible? Are they distancing themselves because God said not to kill and you did, for whatever reason? Read the questions above, please. Jacko, let me look and see. Your question or someone else's? I'm sorry, I've been rambling a little. Let's see. It seems odd they chose not to test the evidence collected that would actually prove his guilt. Right, why not just the defense? Bipolar Bear, which I missed that. What was that about? Who in the family knew that Lewis would be at the house painting? Apparently everybody, because everyone tried to call him. So you've got the dad who knew it, the grandma, the sister, because maybe the vehicle was there and they recognized that. The sister, why didn't we never heard about this bad dream that she had? Man. I'm looking for the question. I don't know where it is. Jacko says, this is leading to a hung jury. We are confused. I've been watching a lot of cases. Can you imagine how the jury must feel? What happened to your pickle YouTube button from Creative B? Sorry, off topic. It's there. I actually loaded the wrong image. If I go full screen, this is my old image. It's just off the screen a little bit. I have moved this to be closer. So I'll fix the image. Let's see. I'll fix the image here on the break. Brandy's gone live. Yes, they're starting their show, even though we haven't got any news yet from Idaho. You know, it could still be days. We're definitely going to keep an eye on it, though. All of us here. Everyone's hitting the refresh button all day long as we're waiting for these things to move forward. Ashley says, recovered it. This includes using objects as a weapon, stop an intruder from running off, for example, by tackling them to the ground. That's part 2 of 2. Where's the first part? You can use reasonable force to protect yourself or others if a crime is taking place inside your home. This means you can protect yourself in the heat of the moment. So that's the England's current law on that. No one is sitting on the other side. Pants actually sat on the other side. Our insider in court the other day, he was going to be here for the defense, but he thought that was going to happen later, maybe next week. It's blocked by 2 officers, and they couldn't see TV without cricking their necks. So maybe it's just a matter of convenience. But Pants was over there yesterday, we heard. It panned very briefly and showed him. Let's see, got another. I'm getting some text to the burner phone, just trying to see what it was. Yesterday's live, 27 minutes in, the cabinet with the gun in it is pried open. It does look like a file cabinet that he kept the gun in. It was a locking file cabinet. Typically those have a single key that locks all the drawers. And one of the drawers does look to be bent, so I'm not sure if the cabinet even locked. This is like Clue. Who did it in the bedroom with the gun? Yeah, all we know is we have the victim. Maybe police know more about the pastor than we think. Maybe the state's case is crappy for a reason. I want to know why Sis and Grandma were so freaked and went over there. Samantha, yes, Sister had a dream the night before that was very disturbing, and she was worried about him because of that. But we heard nothing about what that meant. I mean, some people can have very vivid premonitions. I've heard of that happening. When you look at this record, be careful. There is a Brandon with last name close to his that is not him. One puzzle piece short. I'm missing all the edge pieces, Joe Landry. I have no idea, how much of the puzzle I'm seeing here. I'm looking forward to closing argument to put a bow around the tiny bit of evidence, but closing is not evidence, so I'd have to say not guilty. If the state can play off this on their closing, and they can just say, look, listen, people, listen to what you've heard. There's no proof. The fact that somebody used Brandon's gun, which normally would have his fingerprints on it, and shot Lewis, it's tragic, it's awful, but there's no proof that he did it. They've gone a little bit and said that they've argued a little bit about scripture. They talked a little bit about Lewis may have the preacher didn't know, the pastor didn't know, may have approached Brandon to check and see if he had a weapon at church. Have you been to your post office box recently? I sent you something last week. I'm hoping it got there. Eileen, my kids may be playing with it now. Remind me what it is, and I'll tell you where it is in the house. We have. I need to go back. I think I have some waiting right now, but I have not been in the last couple days. This whole town sounds fishy. Please address the elephant in the room. These people are mentally ill. Praying for 5 hours to bring him back. He's in a trance. I meditate. You still know what's going on around you. Temple 1 or Tempe 1D. I don't believe they're mentally ill. I believe that people have strongly held religious beliefs that can seem pretty strange to other people who aren't there, or who don't share those same beliefs, so that foundational belief. But there are people who literally will put their life in danger. Think of the people who carry poisonous serpents in church. There are churches where they will, one of the forms of worship and one of the ways they can show that they're trusting in God is they'll pick up these deadly snakes, timber rattlers and whatever. They'll pick them up and believing that God will protect them from being bitten, and if they are bitten, God will heal them. So you look at that and you say, who in their right mind would do that? I'd be scared to death to pick up a snake. But they have a very strong belief in Scripture, and there's scriptural support that says that they'll take up. There's a scripture, I forget exactly the reference. They'll take up serpents and not be harmed, basically, and that they'll be protected. So it's a strong religious belief that carries over into actions that in some ways can be different than the rest of us may act. Okay, let's see. Still nothing on Twitter. I expect it to blow up here as soon as we have a verdict. Could you remind us about 911 information? Georgia Culture, in this call, the 911 call was made by either the daughter or the grandma, or maybe both. They arrived and found, let's see, the people were on scene first were the daughter, the grandma, the neighbor who was out just walking his head, clearing his head, maybe walking his dog. Yeah, he had the big, lovable, stubborn fur ball, right? Was walking his dog. So he was there. I'm not sure if he was actually in the crime scene or not, like if he actually entered the house, but he was there on the scene. As far as the call went, I don't think there was any real evidence about how it went down, just that Brandon was down and someone else was down and shot, and there was blood everywhere. It's like trying to do a puzzle after your toddler got a hold of it. I would find him not guilty on what I've heard. They proved nothing. We all need to play Clue tonight. I think Brandon has to testify or we'll never know what took place. I think he is covering for family. Pauline, if he has a story, if the events happened like this, and I realize he has no burden, right? He has no reason that it should not make it a difference in the eyes of the jury right now that Brandon, if he just gets up there and says, hey, it wasn't me, I didn't do it. He has no burden to carry to do that. The state has to prove that he did it. And I don't think, so him not testifying should not change the fact. But if he does testify, the jury can consider that. And if he gets up there and tells a story and says, look, I went out for a morning run. I'm trying to get fit. I went out jogging. I came back. Lewis was there. His car was in the driveway. The door was open. I came in, locked the door, went upstairs, saw my gun sitting there in the hallway, and found Lewis dead on the floor and immediately started praying. If he tells that story and basically has no other knowledge, I think the jury has to say not guilty. Just because considering all the evidence that they've received, everything they've heard, there's no blood that they found. There was no backsplash blood on Brandon's clothes. The only speck of blood on his shirt was from his acne. He had scratched a spot on his back and it had bled on his shirt. That was it. There was no gunshot residue tested on his hands to show that he had fired the gun. I don't know how they can do it. Not guilty. They dropped the ball. Let's see, we may be, let's see, we've got about 15, 16 minutes before we come back to court. Just a plain old family cover-up, too many skeletons in the cupboard. We've been confused since day one and are still confused. Now, Cass, one thing the jury can benefit from is the jury is local. Okay, they probably have a better understanding of the mindset of people in this area, this region, even religions that are predominant to the area. They might understand those or even be members of those same religions and understand from that vantage point. So it's possible that the jury is not as confused as we are, even though we have a little bit of more information, which also confused us about what happened before, what happened after. The shooting at the church with the son-in-law, the restraining order on the dad. Prior drug charges, Oh, reasonable doubt overload. Who said that? Anti-mame. Thank you very much. Sounds like you need a locked filing cabinet for your gifts that you receive in your P.O. box. I do. Wendy, I don't get to check the P.O. box anymore. When I say I'm going to the post office, my car is immediately full of my 3 youngest kids, and they have an order in their head. They know whose turn it is to hold the key. They obviously know which P.O. box is mine and where it is, and they run to it and open it. And then there's an order of who gets to pull the things out. And if there's a yellow card, which is what they're looking for, that's if there's a package that's bigger than this, because that's how big the post office box is, then who gets to hand it in to the postmaster to tell them which post office box the item was from. And so they've got the whole system worked out, and I play zero part in it. I'm not on the rotation at all. And then also it's whose turn to open it. And I'm like, okay, here's where I put my foot down. You can't open it and just run away with it. I need to see it. So I need to know. I need to see who sent it. I need to see what it is, and so I can comment and thank you. But I think for the most part, they're good about that. Are you talking about the pen, by the way? The gift you sent that was the pen that says "Our Fearless Leader" on it? It's a leather pen case with a leather pen that says "Recovery Addict" on it. Very nice pen, push button pen with a clip. It's pretty nice. It's a really nice pen. I did get that, and it didn't say anything on it from who it was from, so I don't know who sent this, but thank you very much. I've told the kids they cannot take that. Okay, I see the defense making lots of objections. Looks like their court's still on break. They're just adjusting the white balance on the camera, which is good. I see the defense making lots of objections at the prosecution's closing argument. The judge warned them a little bit. He said, "Hey, you've got to be careful because your lead investigator couldn't even tell if those were rimfire bullets. She can't tell the difference between a rimfire and a standard bolt and a centerfire cartridge." Okay. Checking Lori Vallow, still nothing on that one. Nate Eaton, who works for East Idaho News, was saying, waiting to get in line in the courtroom, around 50 people in line. Courtroom holds about 130 people total. Victims will have reserved seating. Everything else open to the public. First come, first serve. That was 2 hours ago. Now the courtroom's full. I am special. I really am. I have the most amazing wife and amazing kids, and that's special. Is Mrs. R.A. bringing you lunch? No, but if there's the leftover cinnamon roll, because she promised some to our friends, the friend who got us the permission for the church metal detecting. If there are any left over, then I want one of those. Not that I haven't had enough of them already.
Not a cat.
I think we've forgotten that Patty had a restraining order on Dad after Garcia was killed, thinking there was more going on with Dad. Belinda, yes, Dad was over at Mrs. Garcia's house, and the police had to be called. He received a restraining order. He was not allowed to be there. He was already, according to the news reports, already not allowed to own a firearm, which means there was either a prior restraining order that prevented him from being in possession of his firearms or a felony conviction in the past. Man. Okay. This may be a case where the closing arguments decide the outcome. A reasonably competent defense should rip the prosecution apart. It shouldn't, Richard, only because the closing arguments are not evidence. So if we cannot convict him, if we can't convict Brandon based on the evidence we've heard already, the closing arguments should not change our mind. Tonight on this channel, we do have a podcast with Weather Watch. Thomas and I will be on tonight at 8 p.m. It's going to be fantastic. We're going to have a lot of fun, as we always do. We'll also be on the new channel, which you can find by hitting !podcast, I think, in chat. And it should put it up on the screen. We'll get a verdict here before Lori. Can you imagine the jury? They're like, a state rested? We haven't heard any evidence yet. All we've heard is people's, their personal history of how they how they got their education. Which, interesting fun fact, so many of these people who testified, who are experts today on the stand, went to school in New Hampshire and stayed home. They went to school in New Hampshire and went to work in New Hampshire, which is interesting. A lot of people will go to school somewhere and then go somewhere else in the state to practice, or somewhere else in the nation to practice, or go somewhere else in the nation to go to school and then practice somewhere else. But a lot of people like New Hampshire and stay there for their education and to work.
Talking about stuff that is not relevant.
So if the police go to the same church and they know the pastor personally, yes, and we haven't heard anything about that, but we did hear a lot about specifically, let's see, who was the crime tech, the second crime tech, Criminalist 2, that we heard from, about the bias and how she was in regular contact before doing the tests, before doing the fingerprint tests, with the police, knowing exactly whose fingerprint they were looking for. Let's see. Let's see what else we have. Yay, we got it. Yes, that was it. Thank you very much, Eileen. I appreciate that. And thank you very much. Okay. Yes, our podcast will be moving from this channel to the other one. And this is the new channel, the Not Relevant Podcast.
I'm not a cat.
I'm not a cat. Everyone I know that moved to New Hampshire got divorced 1 year later, says Dennis. How many people do you know, Dennis? I'm interested to hear more facts about that. Are the father's wedding shooting being charged? Sue, yes, the son-in-law is being charged with that shooting at the wedding. I believe he's already in jail because he pled guilty to attacking his lawyer. Yeah. Are you a Jimmy Buffett fan? He's going to be in Charleston on May 20th. I probably won't attend. I just don't do those sort of things. I don't like big crowds. I mean, I go to sporting events and things like that, but I generally don't buy concert tickets and things like that. Am I the only one thinking it's the dad that did this and set up his son? I think that's the most likely thing. Let's see. 8 p.m. Eastern. 8 p.m. Eastern for the podcast tonight. I've been gone. Is the trial over? Jane, pretty much. The state just arrested. Recovery addict. This is a message. I need to figure out what's causing that. I think it's party. If you party too much, it does that maybe. Or podcast too often. I'll fix that. A son-in-law or stepson? Casey, I think it's stepson, actually. I said son-in-law. Good catch on that. Thank you for catching me. No sales tax, but decent property tax in New Hampshire. Yes, the state rested and the defense asked for dismissal. And that asking for dismissal, in every other case, it's just been, this is what you do. Okay, it's to cover the bases, basically, preserve for appeal. It's just preserving it. In this case, it was the most, I thought that was going to be the end. I thought the judge was going to be like, you're right. You're done. And the judge is like, convince me, state, not to grant this dismissal. I'm actually surprised in that dismissal. I'm surprised the lawyer said that it would not include the lesser included manslaughter charge. It seems to me that the state has not proven that one either. Because if they've proven that one, then it shows that he's the one that caused the death. And the lawyer should have said, yes, it goes for both. They haven't proven either one. No word on Brandon's mom in this entire trial. We don't know if she's alive, divorced, or anything. CC says, it's got Recovery Addict and Brandy Churchwell and Discord open. That's about pretty much all you need all day long. I don't know if I just don't understand how all of this works, says Candace, or not. Whenever I put exclamation point on something, nothing happens. So Candace, let me see what you did. Let me just check really quickly. So podcast, in that one, you triggered this message. And what happens is that podcast message can only be triggered once every 60 seconds. So if you're the second person or the third or fourth within that 60 seconds, it won't reply. But if you type exclamation point commands, that's command with an S on the end, someone will probably beat you to it. there'll be a list of different commands. Some of them have sounds attached to them. Some of them are turned off right now, just because they're, some of them are celebratory, and we don't like playing that during the middle of a murder trial.
Bring the jury.
But you're doing it just right. There's bring the jury. See, that one worked for Rhodey. There's no. There's only one or two commands. Like seat only works for members.
Stolen as well.
So you have to have your name in green for seat to work, and there's a command called buffer, which only the mods can do, which makes the modem connection sound, like the AOL modem connection noise, and that's to get my attention if I miss something or something's wrong. Who was the woman sitting next to the daughter? I'd have to go back and look. We have about 5 minutes. We've talked all the way through lunch. I'm sorry you guys don't get to eat today. That's my bad.
How do I get on the burner phone?
Who sent me that? Hang on. Nicole will be joining momentarily. How do I get on the burner phone? Exclamation point burner is the number, but we may have Nicole joining here in just a minute. And if she does, we're going to pause trial, which it looks like we're going to do because the judge is coming back right now. So if Nicole gets on the phone, we're going to take her call first, and then we'll pause trial and we'll catch up on high speed. There's not much left. Let's see. Hold tight for just a minute here. Trying to find. We'll leave the phone open for Nicole if she's going to call. Let's see. Sister called. I rewatched cop's testimony. That's the 911 call. Thank you for that, Judy. If Dad did it, that could be why Brandon never talked. He would believe that God would defend him. He would not want to uncover his father. Yeah, I think the religious aspect in this plays into how the family's responding. Stephen, gifted a membership again. Thank you very much for your generosity, my friend. Appreciate that. That one went to Helen Rowe. Congratulations, Helen. MV says it could be, right there. It could be they're suppressing some of the info for stepson trial because maybe he is a bigger fish. We did not see in the documents of this trial any motions to suppress. Going all the way back to the beginning. We went through all the documents. There are maybe 4 or 5 pages of documents on this trial that we have access to, and there was no motions to suppress evidence, which normally there would be. Not even any hearings about it.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
We probably should. Let's see. Discount for funeral/wedding combos. Since the building's already set up, you've already got the chairs, you just change out a couple of displays, the wedding line for the casket, and you're good to go. 2 for the price of 1. Yes, I will disable the commands when Nicole's on. But right now, let me show you what we have. We have the judge coming back. And the awful noise from the court. Save money on flowers for sure, Wendy. Oh. Let's see. Nicole's almost ready. We're just seeing if she wants to call in or Zoom in. Let me just check.
Broken for lunch. The defendant requested to
Your Honor, is there a feed going? Because I can just see the camera.
I'm not sure what they're asking about. It sounds like the cameraman was asking a question, which is weird. Nicole is almost ready. The other feed doesn't have buzzing, but the other feed's also just staring at the wall. Let me do a quick check here. Turn on 4. Man. They turned it off before I could check it. Okay. Let's see. It's going to take me just a moment to get set up once Nicole's on. It's the guy's wife. As far as the guilty person, Mrs. Garcia. Judge has his electric razor running. Okay, Nicole's gonna be on Zoom in just a few minutes. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna pause what we're watching here in court. We're gonna get ready for Nicole. So give me just 1 second to get this set up. We'll catch up to this shortly. So we're gonna pause right there. We're gonna catch up there. Let's see. We don't want Daryl Brooks. Why is he there? No Daryl Brooks, please, today. Now let's bring Zoom open. There's our meeting. Close that one. Okay, hold tight just for a second. We're going to see if we can get Nicole on here. Making sure, sorry, getting this all set up. We need doomsday verdict today. Sunday is Mother's Day. We might get that today. We might also get the verdict in this case today. Okay, select speakers, going through. Actually, let me run it this way. I think I'm going to run my Zoom through here. Okay. All right. We're almost ready. Let's see. Back here. We're good there. Super source. It's going to be a 2-box. Did you see his LS new mugshot? She was sentenced until year 1999. That's a long time. I just did the math in my head. I did see her mugshot. Her hair is not cut. I don't think they forced her to cut her hair. Yes, we have another cable. That brings us to 45 in the mix. For those who are counting how many cables I used to run my show, that would be number 45. And let's see, we're going to bring in 2-box like this. TV, we need the background. Appreciate your patience here. She should be joining us in just a moment. I think verdict in Lori Vallow case today. Don't think they want this weighing on them over Mother's Day. Where's the mugshot? It's all over Twitter. I'll see if I can find it here. Go. Super source. Okay. All right. We're ready. How do I get my 13th jury mug? Stephen, you do that by going to Brandy's channel and getting one of these amazing mugs right here. I just got mine yesterday. I'm super excited about it. Love it. But we'll be over there on her channel a little later today if that verdict comes in for sure. Okay, are we streaming the Vallow verdict? We will be watching the Vallow verdict. We're watching it right now. We're going to join together over. I'll transfer everyone. I'll just move you seamlessly over to Brandy's channel to watch that as it happens. We'll be with Brandy and JT. They've followed the Vallow verdict from the get-go. They have all the graphics. They have all the information. They have all the scoop. So we'll be joining them for that as soon as that's announced. So keep your ear to the ground. We'll let you know. We have an hour warning between when they say there's a verdict and when they're going to play it, so we're not going to miss it. OnlyFans case is set for closing arguments on Monday. That was quick. That was the OnlyFans stalker case, not the OnlyFans murder case, right? Let's see, same count will get same color if renewed. Yes, if your courthouse next to your name disappeared, when it comes back, it will pick up where it left off. So it might be a new color when you leave off. You don't lose anything. Will Brandy have wine? Yes or no? I don't know. It's probably a little early, but possibly. There's time for celebration. The transfer does not work for me. Any thoughts, JM? Yes, you can do !Brandy in chat, BRANDI, and that will give you the link to her channel. And it's going to be her live stream on the channel is what we're going to go to. So there's a way to move over that way, but we won't do that quite yet. We're going to wait for word from. Oh, Nicole says she's ready. Let's see. She needs the link again. Oh, here we go. All right, we're going to do a quick audio check on the air, so give me just a minute. Nicole, this is Scott, Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
You're great. I'm just making sure we've got you on screen. You can't see me quite yet. I'll fix that. Just one second. There we go.
Oh, I see you now. And myself.
Okay, hold on just one second. We'll get you brought on here. Okay. First of all, welcome. We have never met yet, but I've watched you on TV because you are Nicole Mobley, and you were the friend of, or the Facebook friend of Letitia Stout, and you amazed all of us because you were the true crime sleuth that went to work when you saw that something wasn't right with the story about Gannon being missing, and you went to work to get information, sort of tricking Letitia a little bit to extract more information from her. Give us a little scoop or a little background. How did that happen? How was that for you?
So basically I don't know, I just had a feeling about her. And at one point I was like, I wonder if she'll talk to me. So I tried it and then she blocked me. But then, so what they didn't show in court is that actually we had probably a couple of weeks. No, not a couple weeks, a couple days worth of conversation before it led to the conversation you guys saw in the courtroom. I kind of just started and wanted to see where it would go. I didn't really know she'd actually give me any information, but obviously she did. I don't know. It was just an instinct that I had that maybe she would be willing to communicate with me, so I gave it a shot.
And a lot of us were cheering for you as we heard your testimony as to what you would do, because we like to think that if we were in the same position, we would as well. It was a little risky. I mean, that was sort of a dangerous move. A little bit. I think law enforcement would tell you don't do it, but at the same time, great job and thank you for doing what you did. Now, being a witness in this trial, you were not able to participate in the entire trial. You had to wait till it was over to catch up. Have you been able to watch?
Yeah, I didn't get to see anything. Yeah. And I'm sorry, if I'm frozen or something, my internet, Larson Ranch doesn't have good service out here.
Yeah.
I can hear you fine, but
Yeah.
if you can't hear me, just let me know.
Yeah, we can hear you great. It does freeze once in a while.
So law enforcement, I actually thought, and surprisingly not. As soon as I got in there, the FBI agent, which is the one that you guys saw on the stand the last day, or it might not have been the last day, but the one that did the whole timeline, he was phenomenal. He was very polite about it, told me over and over again, like I read through my transcripts of that day because I couldn't remember everything, was just very, very nice about it and thanked me. And I was really shocked because I was like, oh my God, I'm going to get in trouble or, but I also, at the time when I was messaging her, I didn't realize I was talking to somebody who had murdered someone. I thought I was talking to somebody who just knew about his whereabouts and maybe was trying to get some kind of ransom, or I didn't know what it was. I just didn't know the depth of everything when I was speaking to her. I don't know that I would change what I did, but I definitely think I would have approached it a little bit differently.
Yeah.
If I would have known.
Yeah. As we watched the entire trial. This community was very, very interested. We have a lot of actual people from Colorado Springs that were watching with us and helping us understand everything that happened in the community, from the searches at the very beginning for Gannon, the ribbons, and people who were participated in those searches, walking, calling for Brandon, knocking on doors. This has been extremely impactful for you, but so much of the world has been watching as well, that feel like we're part of them. My kids are wearing a Gannon Strong bracelet that was sent, and it's just been very, very impactful. How is the community now? Now that we've got some closure, but how is the community handling it now?
I feel like everybody's kind of had a weight lifted off their shoulders. There's been word of a candle vigil tomorrow night. Some people in the neighborhood were putting together, and then other people in the neighborhood were like, it's too soon. We need a break. Let's cancel it. Now the news is doing what the news does best and not allowing it to be canceled, and kind of took it over. I feel like it's still kind of, it's okay. So it's like things kind of settled down for the last few years. And then as soon as this trial started, it brought it all back. Like it feels like it was yesterday again. So I feel we're all still kind of shook from it. And it's almost like that initial night when this first happened, it's brought it all back up for everybody. So it's a very touchy subject in certain aspects, but it's also, we all have that kind of relief now of knowing that justice was served. And at least we have a lot more answers than we had before. So we're all doing better, but it's a lot. It's a lot to take on as a neighborhood, and me personally, it's been extremely hard this last few weeks, trying to relive everything like it just happened.
Yeah. Was the trial for you? Obviously, you were in the dark, so there was just the suspense, not knowing. 21. How many days was it? 22 days of testimony. That just. Your window was when you were testifying, and then I believe we heard from you during the victim impact statements as well. Everything in between, you have to catch up on after the fact. Are you going to take a break for a while and say, when I'm ready, I'll watch it, or are you curious and say, I want to see how this, I want this behind me, and I want to get it done, and what's your approach at this point?
So I went back and watched certain parts that people kind of had mentioned to me. I went back and I watched the brother. I went back and I watched Dr. Lewis, I think it was, that was at the end, the cross exam mostly. But as far as a lot of the other things, I feel my emotions are I'm a very emotional person. So I feel like I take on pain from other people. So I get very emotional over it. So I think I've kind of, at this point, taken a break. I've kind of been watching you the last couple of days and the trial you're in now, just to kind of get a break from it. And during the trial, because I couldn't watch it, I started watching this Chandler guy, one of his trial things, just to have something to keep me preoccupied. Because it's very hard to know everybody else in the world is watching something that I'm not allowed.
Yeah.
But I think I'm taking a break right now because I'm emotionally drained.
I definitely see that. Definitely feel that. we there were some things that frustrated us as we were watching court, and some of it had to do with Letitia's behavior in court. I'm not sure if you've seen now some of that or aware that many days where there was video being played of her or other people, video testimony played, that she would make her own earplugs, we assume out of tissue paper, and plug her ears. And
I did see that. Yeah.
How does that match up with what you knew of her? Does that surprise you?
It doesn't surprise me. I feel like I know she could still hear even though she was doing that. So to me, it's more, I feel like it was more of a show than anything. And since we're speaking behaviors, I was in the courtroom Friday as well as Monday. And when we walked in first thing Monday morning, she was sitting at the desk or at the table by herself. She didn't have her attorneys in there yet. And I was walking in with a couple other girls, and she made straight eye contact with me and flipped me off. And I hadn't seen any of the trial, so I didn't know that's something she had already been doing. So to me, I'm like, oh my God, did you guys see this? And they're like, oh, you have no idea. She's been doing that. So that was a shock for me. But as far as putting things in her ears, it does not surprise me. I feel like it was more for show than anything, to try and act like that's why she's not showing any emotion, because she's not hearing things or she's not listening.
It was super surprising. Yeah, there was that time where there was one point where she was almost like flipping people off with both hands at the same time, just hands wandering around in the air. If you've seen the clips, it's bizarre. But the judge finally had to say, look, I can control you in this courtroom, and I will if I have to. And that put a damper on it, but still we saw the hair, we called it the hair fort. We don't know what else to call it when she puts the hair down in front so you can't see me type thing. And then just some interesting, I wouldn't say bizarre, but very interesting hairstyle choices that I'm not sure if she was trying to convince us that maybe there were other personalities at play there. Or what, but it didn't convince the jury.
I feel a lot of it was also shame. She, throughout the beginning of all of this, before she was arrested, before any of that happened, she would be on the neighborhood pages, which I know, I know a lot of people out there have seen some of the posts that she made on public pages, but I'm talking just the neighborhood pages directly, of her saying, everybody is going to regret the way that they're treating me. I'm going to prove everybody wrong. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And she had followers that believed her. So I feel a lot of it was, okay, I'm going to hide my face. I don't want anybody to see me. I'm going to act like this really cold person who doesn't have emotion. Emotion. But I think a lot of it, again, was A, for show, but be kind of that embarrassment of, I told everybody I was going to prove you wrong and I didn't. And now, it's got to be an embarrassing moment. It has to be.
And speaking of embarrassing moments, she came up with some stories that were so bizarre. Not just the fictional characters. I'm not sure if you heard all of them. There was one that was a cash baby bump, a fake pregnancy belly full of money from a lady that had siphoning money for the cartel to a Mexican restaurant. It was the very last one. And it was and the best part, this was in the phone call to Al. And the very last part, she's telling the story. Al yawns during the middle of the story. And it's just, and it wasn't scripted. He was working with the police. They were telling him what to say, but they just let him free run with it because he was very, very good at handling her on the phone. And he just yawns, and she's like, "You don't even believe me?" And it was the best. We were just cheering for Al at that moment. She's had some bizarre stories that I don't know how she would expect anyone to believe, but the cash baby bump for us was just a riot to think that anyone will believe this happened. But at the same time, it's devastating to think she was pulling the police around during the investigation. With every new lead that she would offer, they'd have to investigate. They'd have to chase things down. But I'm glad the jury.
Yeah, it's insane. I haven't seen the baby bump one yet. That's one that I haven't. I knew the story she gave me, and then throughout a few things, I knew a couple of the other stories, but I didn't know anything about the baby bump. But even when she was commenting on the neighborhood pages, it was story after story, and it's just like, okay, what book or movie or whatever did you get this off of? And actually, I did watch a TV show the other day, one of those crime TV shows that somebody had posted, and watching the episode, I feel like she did watch that and take a lot of it from that specific episode. And I'm like, man, I wish they could have played that in court.
Yeah, it was crazy. We heard Twilight in there, a lot of Twilight references for some of her characters that she has in her head, and just crazy. Let me ask you a little bit. As you were you the first witness, or I forget what order you came in on the witnesses. There were a lot of witnesses, but you were right at the very beginning of the trial. One of the first witnesses called. What was it like to face the jury and to see them? I mean, how were they receptive to you, or how were they acting? Were you at any point nervous, looking like these ones are the ones to decide?
So I was the 11th witness on the 4th day.
Okay. It blurs.
And if I interrupted you, I didn't mean to. It's breaking up a little bit on my end.
You're good. Tell me a little bit what it was like when you were testifying, when you took the stand, sworn in under oath, and you turn and you look at the jury. What was your impressions when you saw the jury? Were you thinking, okay, these people will make the right decision, or were you wondering, is like, you should be paying attention to this more? What were your feelings in that?
I felt like they definitely were going to make the right decision. I will tell you, when I looked to the left of me, one of the very first jurors I almost had to kind of look behind me to see her. Very sweet elderly lady, and she was just crying the entire time. And all I could think of is how much I wanted to give her a hug. But they were just, it's insane. Not one of them took their eyes off of me the entire time. Except for every once in a while when they would glance at her. But you could just see they were just so good at paying attention to everything. They didn't want, you could hear a pin drop in there. They were that, focused. And for me, though, the craziest part on the stand was when I made eye contact with Letitia. And she gave me, and her eyes, I'm telling you, were like black. And she just gave me this stare down. And then right after that started leaning into her lawyers and laughing. And it was like she was trying to intimidate me in a sense or something. And I'm just like, oh man, if I wasn't in a courtroom. But I'm in a courtroom. So I'm going to start paying attention to the other side of the courtroom and just ignore that she's over here.
Yeah. There was a lot of behavior throughout the trial. It started there with her lawyers that people thought wasn't appropriate. That's where they seem to be, having their own little inside jokes and laughs, and even while some very serious testimonies being read about her searches on the internet, about how she's searching, how long it takes for bodies to decompose or whatever it was. They're pointing and laughing and giggling, and almost their heads are almost touching as they're sharing the laptop together, and it's like it seems like something wrong is going on here, but. You picked up on it early, and we saw it as it developed. We didn't have the great view of Letitia that you might have. Our courtroom feed was limited to the WebEx cameras in the courtroom, so sometimes those were good and sometimes they were bad. But what is your takeaway from this? Is there a lesson learned? What changed your life having participated the way you have in this whole experience?
So I'll definitely be a little more careful with the conversations I have with people in this kind of a situation. Maybe make sure more people know what I'm doing before I'm doing it. Because it wasn't announced, but there were a couple times I was supposed to meet with her in person. But I was very uncomfortable, and I was like, okay, let's go bring this to the police. We'll talk to them. We'll set it up through them, kind of thing. But my biggest takeaway is, well, number one, let me put this out there. I've never really been on any crime channels as far as YouTube or anything goes. I've never followed anybody except for one. But I've always wanted to be an investigation. I've always wanted to do this for a living. And I'm not saying I took that as my moment, because it did just kind of happen. It wasn't something I was aiming for, per se. But my biggest takeaway is, be careful who you talk to, be careful who you send your children to go to their houses, just everything. I mean, I almost could have sent my niece to her house at one point, and I'm glad that I got that iffy feeling from the beginning. But just careful who you talk to, and don't necessarily try doing what I did, because it could have gone the wrong way for sure.
Well, I think there would definitely be a place for you, if not in investigations, if you choose to go in that. I'm sure you'd do great. You seem to have a natural ability and a sense to pick up on when things are wrong, and a desire to seek out information. So you might do great if you choose to enter that field. But even in the true crime community where we're watching crimes and analyzing things from a distance, there's a spot where people, like in the community that's here, have picked up on information and noticed something that was wrong and pointed it out, and it's impacted what's happened in court. So you can still do that from a safe distance. As always, you are welcome to join us anytime. I'm glad you're here. Feel free to join us in chat as well. You've got a lot of people who are cheering you on in the chat here. I haven't put them all on the screen here, but they're saying, Nicole, you did well. You would be good investigating. We're all here for you, Nicole. You belong on our channel, says Jacko. I'm not sure if you can see the comments on your screen or not, but great job.
I can now, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you guys. I get emotional. I'm sorry. But I truly appreciate that, because I've had some pretty negative messages since all of this has happened, and
I'm sorry.
I always try to look past those, but we're human. You can't always look past negative people, but it's really good to see people say nice things.
Yeah, you did something that all of us hope we would do in that same situation, and so we are cheering for you. Glad you were safe throughout it, and it helped to bring about the result that needed to happen. It was a long story. It involved a lot of people. Unfortunately, over 1,300 miles to get all the pieces together. But now, thanks to you and many other people who put in a ton of time and effort, we found justice for Gannon. So, Nicole, thank you so much for coming online. I sure appreciate it.
Thank you, and I appreciate it, and I appreciate everything you've done on your channel. I can't even begin to express the gratitude for everything that I've seen you do, the stories that you do and such. And I'm definitely a fan now, and will be following right along with everybody else. And I'm just glad that we finally got, justice for Gannon and his family and everybody around the world, honestly.
Nicole, thank you so much. I appreciate you. You're welcome anytime in chat. Make sure I don't know what your username is. If you want to let us know, dude. If not, that's fine. You can still be anonymous that way. But I appreciate it.
I think it's just Nicole Mobley, I'm pretty sure. We'll see.
Well, Nicole,
but thank you so much. I appreciate you. I really do.
Thank you. And just give a big hug to everyone in the community from us. So appreciate it.
Oh, I will. I will.
Have a great day. We'll catch you later.
You as well.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Nicole's amazing. Nicole is absolutely amazing. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming on. We will, let's see. We will share, let's see. They say share the Discord with Nicole. I apologize. I missed that one, Melissa. It sounds like we'll see her in chat as well soon, when the timing's right. Give me just 1 second to turn off everything I've turned on here so we can get the courtroom back. Send meeting for all. Okay, we're going to play. We're going to catch up a little bit with the current trial. That was amazing to have Nicole on here. Oh, look. Live, we're still in break. Would you look at that? We're just seconds from coming back from court. So I guess that's where we are. Oh, my goodness. That was awesome. Let's see. Okay, hold on just 1 second. I need to think, Nicole. All right. Wonderful. Okay. Let's see. Need a different view here. Just 1 second. Hold tight. Sorry, I'm a little flustered. We've got to play this one.
Okay, all rise.
Let's back up a little bit. did miss a tiny bit, but it's a lot of just looking at the wall.
I had a sealed hearing to discuss some issues with the defense.
Let's back up to this. Okay, so hold up just 1 second. Sounds like we're about to. They had a little break, quite a long break, that just barely has ended. So we're going to get to the end of that. It's right there. They're going to do a sealed hearing, which we're not going to be present for. Weekend recess. He's in court. I know we're trying to catch up. We're returning to court here right now. So just 1 second. Okay, so we're going to be right here.
Okay, all right.
So we're catching back up to what we've missed. We're a little bit behind. It's live now, I realize that, but we want to hear exactly what happened.
Okay, we're back on the record. It's 1:36. I had a sealed hearing to discuss some issues with the defense, specific to attorney-client relationships and decisions in the trial. And so we're back on now. This is not a sealed portion of the proceeding because I asked that Mr. Castiglione make a decision about going forward, whether he wants to represent himself, and then decisions about what to do after that.
Pro se.
So, counsel record. Chair Harwood, where are we?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, you may.
What? What? Oh my goodness! This case apparently over lunch. The defendant wants to do it on his own. He's not happy with what the defense wants to do. This is what I'm reading into this. Okay, this is what I'm reading. The defense. He knows what the defense is going to be. The theory of defense, and he doesn't like it. And they're saying, look, based on the evidence, this is what we're running with. He does not like it, and so he's saying, I would like to represent myself, which he has done in the past in this case. He's fired his lawyers before. You can tell he's been involved in this all the way up to this. Why would he do this? Possibly he doesn't have anything to lose, but at the same time, we just took a turn. Oh my goodness. This case has more twists and turns than a yoga instructor. This is never a good idea. I would say almost never. There might be some weird situation where your lawyer is absolutely insane and you'd be better off on your own. But barring that, generally a couple of years of legal experience under your belt and knowing how to handle yourself in court is going to serve you better than just
okay, it's 1:38. All right, Mr. Castiglione.
Yes, sir.
So I understand that you're going to continue with counsel representing you throughout the course of the trial. Is that right?
As of right now, yes.
As of right now, okay. But that you would like, because it's Friday afternoon, we'll resume Monday morning, but you would like to think about whether or not you're going to testify and meet with your attorneys over the weekend and let us know that decision Monday morning. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when I'll grant that request. It's a reasonable request given the nature of the charge. And what will happen is Monday morning when we return, you'll have the opportunity to let me know whether or not you want to testify. It's entirely up to you. And if you choose not to testify, then we'll proceed with final instructions and closing arguments. If you choose to testify, then your lawyer will then call you and ask you whatever questions you need to ask. But that's really all that remains in the case. If we come back Monday morning and you want to represent yourself and do your own testimony or whatever it is you want to do, you are free to represent yourself at any point in time under our Constitution. And you can do that, okay? But Monday morning when we come back, if you want to represent yourself, then I'll say, okay, do you rest or are you going to present evidence? And then if you say you present evidence, that's what we're going to start with. And then we're going to go into closing arguments and jury instructions after that. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything from the state?
Nothing from the state.
Okay. So what I'm going to do then, Mr. Castiglione, is since the lawyers are still your lawyers, They're going to be in charge of jury instructions, which I'm sure they'll go over with you at some point this weekend to show you what they are. They're all written down. We'll work those out this afternoon so the lawyers can stay here. We'll work on we'll have a charging conference. I gave you copies of my preliminary instructions that you can take a look at, and in about half hour we can convene in my chambers, or go on the record if you want. And I can, in the meantime, Attorney Harwood, I'm looking at you because you're lead counsel, sorry, no offense. Do you want your client to remain here for that process?
If we could, yes, please.
Okay, all right. That sounds reasonable in case you want to talk. Okay. All right, so in the meantime, the court, this case will be recessed until Monday morning at 9. And, let me double check that. 9 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay, 9 o'clock. Folks, I should let you all know, Monday morning is actually jury selection for all the other courtrooms. We picked a special one off cycle, so to speak, for this case. So there'll be a crowd coming, trying to get in the building Monday morning. So just kind of be prepared for that. Build that into your schedules. Your rooms will remain reserved, though. Okay?
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, court stands in recess until, on this case, till then. Counsel, in about half hour, I'll have you brought back into chambers and we'll talk about jury instructions. If at any point we need to come back out on the record for instructions, we can do that.
Your Honor, just briefly, just some idea from both sets of counsel of what you were planning on telling the jury before dismissing him today. I mentioned you're going to go back and talk to them.
Oh, I should, okay, can we bring them in, actually? Have a seat, because I do need to instruct them not to engage in any, give them protective order. Okay, thank you.
This one is, we've had so many sleeper trials that just at the very end just go off the rails. All the witnesses have been released. Not just the good witnesses, all the witnesses have been released. It's just him. That's all that's left. His dad's been released as well. His dad's in the courtroom. Okay, so what happened here is after lunch, there seemed to be a little disagreement. The state has rested. The defense filed a motion to dismiss. It just about succeeded, but ended up not succeeding. Then the judge took a little break, and during the break, it was a hearing off the record. It had to do with Brandon wanting to fire his attorneys to represent himself. And at the end of that hearing, he's decided to stick with his lawyers, at least for the weekend. And he may change his decision over the weekend.
All eyes for jury, please.
I don't have the witness list. I'm not sure if somebody has it. I've not received that yet. I haven't seen it in the filings. It may be out there.
You may be seated.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. The state has rested, and at this point in time, I'm going to tell you that we are going to adjourn for the day. There are some things I have to discuss with the lawyers, and we'll start promptly Monday morning at 9 o'clock. The case will conclude Monday morning, and I expect that by lunchtime that you'll have the case for deliberation. I'm not exactly sure when that'll happen, but we're actually a little ahead of schedule in terms of the evidence presented. But Monday, I think it's safe to say that you will have the case for deliberation at some point during the day. That being said, during the weekend recess, do not discuss the case with anybody. Do not go online. Resist the social media posts that I told you about. Do not do any independent investigation. Do not review any media accounts or read anything about this case. And we'll see you back here Monday. Enjoy the weekend. All rise to the jury, please.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're not done. The fireworks are not done. this is bizarre. Okay, first of all, the judge has said it will be deliberation on Monday.
Yeah, can you just have the bailiffs let them know?
He knows that because there are no witnesses left to call.
Thank you.
Other than Brandon.
Okay, please be seated.
That's the only decision
we'll
left.
Give you about half an hour to read through that. The only issue I've left it as a blank is the lesser included offense.
These are jury instructions.
And the sequence in which they have to do that, and the jury verdict form that I'll go draft up now. But it depends on what you decide to do, or you decide to do, with respect to the lesser included offenses. In the meantime, they're probably going to need to discuss that with their client, so just make sure he's available until the attorney.
Here's what we're doing.
We authorize him to go.
With the verdict just came in for Lori Vallow.
All right, thank you.
The verdict is in.
Please rise.
That's what we're saying. We have a verdict. We have a verdict. Breaking. The jury has reached a verdict in the Lori Vallow trial. Okay, here's what we're doing. We are going to move from this trial because we haven't had enough yet today. We've had an amazing day already. We're going to move from this trial straight over to Brandy Churchwell's channel. It's already set up. If you do nothing, it should move you there by yourself. If not, here's the link on the screen right there. We're going to Brandy Churchwell's channel. We're going to jump over there. Hopefully, I'm going to be able to connect as well and be on with them just briefly. And they are just finding out right now, as well as Brian Enta just barely tweeted out, the verdict is going to be read at 2:45. We've got a little bit of time for that, but we're going to make the jump here. So we're going to end this one, and when we do that the normally way, we play the music. And just so you know, we're not done. We're not done. We're headed over to Brandy Churchwell's channel to watch this verdict. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe till we go live again. It will be tonight on the podcast. Well, first we're going to be live on Brandy Churchwell's channel. Then we're going to go have the podcast at 8 p.m. tonight. That's with Weather Watch and I on this channel, as well as the new podcast channel. You'll get plenty of me over the weekend. And then we're going to start again with the end of the Brandon Castiglione trial on Monday. So let's do that. Thanks, you guys. It's been a fantastic day. Thank you to the new members, especially this one right here, Shauna Casey. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Let's see you over on Brandy Churchwell's channel. We'll see you in a little bit.